So if you could say benign things like pests.
So now you think I could just talk randomly. Eventually you'll be able to tell whether or not to be recorded.
This is true. This is true. Are you testing it as well?
No,
No, I have Travis doing something.
I have no answer.
You don't?
Yeah, I've been on this board for more than 2 years now.
What we call
Interesting.
Ready? All right, everyone, we'll get started. Welcome to the November 13th, 2025, the AR Small Meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slambrook. I'll be your chairwoman this evening. The other board members present this afternoon are Daryl Cobb, Laura Altman, Bill Turner, and Fillmore Wilson. City staff present are Frankie Pinto, BARS Administrator, and Rachel Four, Preservation Planner. The order of tonight's meeting will be as follows. For each application, we'll hear an introduction and overview of the project from city staff for the benefit of the board and the public. After that will be the applicant's presentation. The applicant will have a 10-minute period of time to give their presentation. You'll approach the podium and anyone speaking on behalf of the project, so this is owners, designers, consultants, should speak during the applicant presentation versus during public comment. By ordinance, the board can ask questions of the applicant at any time. By custom, we do so on the heels of the applicant's presentation. This will be followed by public comment. Any written public comment that was timely submitted has been provided to the board in advance of the meeting for review. If you are speaking as a member of the public, please raise your hand. I'll recognize you. Please approach the podium, state your name first and last for the record, and your address if you live nearby. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. Once we've heard from city staff and the public, the applicant will have a 5-minute period of time to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or in the city staff comments and recommendations. Once the applicant's presentation has closed, we'll move into board discussion and a vote on each application, and results will be posted online at the city's website. There are no items that have been withdrawn or deferred this evening. Please turn off your cell phones and remember that the purview of this board is architecture only. So anything related to zoning, stormwater, livability is not within the purview of this board and should not be voiced here. We'll get started. Agenda item A1 is review of minutes from the October 23rd, 2025 meeting. I make a motion to approve with the edits that I circulated to the board this afternoon and the one additional edit brought by Fillmore. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Fillmore. Put the motion to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Not opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Agenda item B1 is 8 Riverside Drive. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Ma'am, 8 Riverside Drive is in Wagner Terrace, which is Council District 6. It is not surveyed, it's in Group 2. It is circa 1938 in the historic materials domain and purview. They're requesting approval for partial demolition of elements visible to public right of way. This is the property's location on Riverside. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello, everyone. My name is Skylar Pogson. I'm the designer on the project. I'm speaking on behalf of the owner. We are, as said, going for partial demolition. Here's the property. We are in SR2. We are not requesting any variances on height or setbacks. The enclosed building footprint will remain the same. These are Sanborns going from the 40s to 73, showing the original form of the structure, which are 3 intersecting gables and then a rear addition porch, a rear porch with stairs that has been removed. There is now a new shed addition on the rear of the structure that has happened sometime post 73. These are some existing condition photos of the house. You can see on this next slide that rear addition with the shed roof being discussed. So the main portion of the roof, the demolition will be entirely focused past the chimney and past that main ridge, except for the front awning. You can see in the photos that is sagging and failing considerably. The rest of the demolition will be a small percentage of the roof, less than 50% as BAR standard. All ridges, eaves, and corner boards to remain except for that non-historic added addition. The siding on the house is aluminum siding. The Sanborn map shows that it was originally asbestos clapboard siding. Because all of that siding was removed before the aluminum siding was put on with vinyl windows and vinyl trim, we're assuming that that happened when the addition got put on. The non-painted CMU pier you can see as part of that addition goes back to where the painted portion of the CMU starts. My best guess is that happened in late 70s, early 80s based on those materials, but there's no documentation proving that. And that lower left image, you can see a larger window above a kitchen sink. Due to the size of that compared to the rest of the openings, we think that is non-original. We are proposing demolition on that window. These are some of the conditions. You can see it's not well flashed, so there are some water intrusion issues. We are hoping to replace windows and siding, vinyl windows and aluminum siding to be replaced with BAR approved materials. So this shows the roof line and the proposed scope. Due to the larger lot, both sides and front are visible from the street. The rear is not visible from the street, and the back slope of that main ridge line is not visible from the street, putting it outside of BAR purview. So we are requesting 2 portions of the roof on that back perpendicular gable, and then the demolition of the roof of the rear structure, as well as the demolition of the non-historic rear wooden stair with metal awning. And that front addition previously mentioned. So here's a closer up version showing some sight lines. So what portions of the home are visible from the street, and what portions of demolition we are requesting. So that's that first front awning that's failing, sloping considerably. We saw that on the site visit today. Portions of the back roof to be demolished, leaving ridge and eaves, shed addition, and then those rear stairs. And then same thing is being showed on these plans and elevations. The only things that were not shown on the roof line plan are a couple portions of the siding. So there's a small portion of siding. We are requesting to put in demo part of the siding to match the existing double set windows. And then to infill and demo that sink window previously mentioned. And that is it.
Any questions for the applicant?
Valerie, can you go back to your roof plan?
Yeah.
Can you, there's a dotted drawing, yeah, the dotted line that, I guess that's on the south facing slope. What, are you demoing to the left of it, or is that a demarcation line that you're demoing to the left, or?
So yeah, demoing there, retaining the ridge and eaves as shown, and then same for that upper portion.
But the portion to the right of that line,
remain.
you will remain.
Yeah.
Okay. And the slopes that face east, are those being demoed or not?
My understanding is because those are not visible from the street, they're outside of BAR purview.
But are you demoing them?
The eaves are still visible, so that I was gonna ask.
So eaves and ridge are remaining on those, yes. There's a small portion of demolition outside of scope, but eaves and ridge to remain.
But are you demoing those slopes?
No, not in their entirety, a
Okay.
portion of them, yes.
Okay, because you can see it from Clemson Street,
Okay,
looking through the back, so you would see that back slope facing east.
okay, yes, there would be a small portion of demolition on those, but the ridge and eaves would remain.
Okay.
So all of that would happen beyond that main ridge line.
Thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? Okay, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Sorry, just trying to find my spot in my notes. So staff was also a little confused by the drawings, so our observations were based on that. Removal of the front awning, a rear addition roof, rear awning and stairs, partial demolition of rear roof, part of facade and aluminum siding were included in the request. Like I said, we were a little confused as to what was being requested as based on what was shaded and what was not. So we included our standard common character defining features such as windows should be retained. Obviously, if they are vinyl windows, we would not request that, but retained. And that a large portion of the roof is being requested. So staff recommendation was denial of demolition as proposed.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Clarkson, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments?
Yes, just wanted to say that hopefully I was able to clarify any of the drawing points that were confusing. And the comment saying a large portion of it is being requested, it's 38%. The staff comments have said before that below 50% is the BAR standard, so we stayed within that portion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. Should we?
I found the drawings confusing as well. And I appreciate the explanations. My struggle a little bit is the fact that we are not voting on the explanation, we are voting on what was. Find those confusing. I'm not saying that I would necessarily oppose a lot of what's being proposed here. It's just that we're voting on the drawings, not the explanation, the verbal explanation. And I find the drawings to be confusing, and I think that might reduce down.
I agree.
And then, you pointed out that maybe a little bit of the east facing slope would be demoed, and I'd like to see a clear drawing of how much of that would be involved as well. As far as the other request, setting aside the roof, I don't really have any real issue with, say, the 2 window infills and the new opening being created, or the removal of the front overhang. It's in pretty poor condition, as well as the stairs and the awning on the back. Those things I don't really have an issue with. It's just clarification on the amount of roofing.
I agree.
I agree. I don't have an issue with anything other than the roof. And I agree. We just need some clarification.
Does it make sense to do a motion to approve certain parts and defer certain parts?
Because then it comes back and
They can go forward with other parts, okay?
then we're not confused as to, we can narrow what we're looking at future.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Approval of demolition as submitted, with the exception of roofing. And that would be a deferral. I guess we could either deferral that or defer or deny it.
I think defer it for more
Defer.
information. Yeah. All right, we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition as submitted with the exception of the roof elements, deferral of demolition of the roof elements. Do you have a second to Bill's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Thelma, with the motion to the vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
chair votes with the majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 275 Darling Avenue. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
75 Darlington is in Wagner Terrace, which is Council District 6. It is a category 4, circa 1935 in historic materials demolition purview. They are requesting approval for partial demolition of elements visible from the public right of way. This is the property's location on Darlington. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, everybody. Patrick Orfis with Armor Studio Architecture, representing the owner for this request. We are also requesting partial demolition of the rear side of an existing roof structure. 75 Darlington is kind of a duplex. I don't think it's a actual duplex. It seems to be more of an attached second floor ADU type structure. But there is a separate electrical meter. The unit itself is metered separately. And the back portion is visible from Ashley Ave, but not from Darlington. So the second floor currently has a max ceiling height of 82 inches. So in order to get this secondary living unit code compliant, we are requesting partial demolition of the rear roof structure. So the existing elevations here, what we are talking about is really just this area here, and then the steel stair that's accessing that second floor unit. So hopefully a little clearer drawings. Only from outside edge of dormer, from just inside the eave to about the ridge height is what the roof request entails. And then the steel stair in its entirety to be replaced with something else. So hopefully a fairly simple request. But that's all I've got.
Any questions for the applicant?
It appeared, of course, I couldn't tell exactly at the site visit that the ridge of the existing dormers are pretty close to the main ridge.
Pretty close.
Of the house. Do you know how far off that ridge you're going to be able to stay with the demolition?
Not at this time. We can definitely stay below it. My plan is to stay below it. But at this time, we haven't fully explored what that is because we wanted to make sure we have the approval first before we went too far.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you'll give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Yes, ma'am. As stated, this is requesting a partial demolition of rear roof and stairs. Staff just had the observation that the proposal follows the standard staff comment that the area of demolition is on the rear side below the ridge and doesn't extend all the way to the east. So staff recommendation is approval of demolition as proposed.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Orcus, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments?
No, thanks.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I think this is a fairly conservative amount of roofing to be removed. I don't really have an issue with it. It's on the back side of the house. Where we generally ask for people to do, and it's below the ridge line. And also no issue with the originals, with those non-original stairs.
The removal of the stairs is a positive.
Yeah.
So as long as it stays off the ridge.
Do we have a motion?
I
Fillmore?
would make a motion for approval of demolition as submitted with the board condition to retain the ridge, the original ridge, the
We have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition as submitted with a board condition to retain the original ridge and eave of the roof. Do I have a second to Fillmore's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Bill. I'll put the motion to a vote. Daryl?
Yeah, in favor.
Laura?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 3, it's 30 Blake Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Yes, ma'am. 30 Blake Street is in East Side, Council District 4. It is a category 4 circa 1890 in the historic materials demolition purview. They're requesting approval for full demolition of the dwelling. Here is the property's location on Blake Street. And I had a couple photos that hadn't made it into the proposal, so I wanted to make sure they were included, which was the architecture inventory and the 2007 image. And then I'm going to turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Elmer Gilliam Jr. I am the owner of the property and also requesting the demolition of the property. The packet I submitted to the bar is quite extensive. There's a lot of history in there for content. I'll probably will gloss over the majority of that. It's only a few minutes. Let's see, we're gonna start here. So this is the historic district purview map. I barely see where the 30 Blake Street is highlighted there. This is an older map of Charleston in 1891, just to give some reference of where it is throughout the history. Have Sanborn maps. This one is from 1951. then the 1944 Sanborn and a 1902 Sanborn map. Of these, it's a little difficult to make out the location. You can see the property with 30 Blake and then 30 and a half in the rear. This is the GIS department property card, and there's an outline of the existing structure at 30 Blake, but does not include 30 and a half Blake Street. And this is the highlight to show 30 and a half Blake Street, as well as the blacksmith shop in the rear. This submission only pertains to 30 Blake, which is highlighted in the drawing. And this was a proposed renovation drawing that I had done right around 2010. At the time, the only renovation that we were going to do were the after construction post in the front, but over the years that has gone down, and I submitted these drawings for demolition only. There's a floor plan, first and second floor. And these are photographs of the current condition of the building front, the piazza from the left side. It's the front right side and the front left side. Again, you can see from the street that the building is in a very deteriorated, extremely deteriorated state. And that is just looking from the outside. We have not, recently we weren't able to do a reassessment of the interior because of the danger of collapse. There was a roof collapse, chimney collapse, and part of the flooring is also collapsed. So we're not instructed to go inside the building. Again, some photos from the rear. And this is the interior of the building. This is the first floor, and the ceiling from first to second floor. Well, that's the second floor ceiling. You can see that it has collapsed. And those were some photos that we're able to get. That weren't kind of meeting in the building, not walking through. In the package, there's the history of ownership. I'm not going to belabor that. And the condition assessment, seriously compromised roof system, biological roof, stucco deterioration, all fasteners are corroded. There's trash in the cross underneath the building, which is trash and garbage underneath there. The piers are extremely deteriorated. During the assessment, I learned that the tiers were subpar to begin with. They weren't built to standard. Porch posts, which were added later along with the staircase, those are corroded, and the attachments to the porch itself have corroded, and the porch is rotting. There's wood rot throughout the exterior, the porches, the beams, and the roof. There's broken glass. It was single pane glass. Chimney has collapsed from the second floor to the first floor, and that caused some of that left a significant hole in the roof, and so it was entrained with water, and so the floor on the interior has deteriorated as well. So there's biological growth throughout the property, stucco degradation on the side, on the piers, and on the siding of the building. And this is some photographs that were taken by some of the students at the College of Building Arts when they came out to do an assessment of the property. You can see there, they were able to remove some of the nails by hand. So that is extremely decorative. The bastards. Here's just additional picture of the steel posts and where they were originally attached to the originally when they were put in, but they were definitely not original to the property. My request to, and also had a he was an architect and structural engineer, Mr. Byron Gettings. He did an assessment of the property, and his opinion is that it would be extensive to renovate the property. I'd say extensive, but would be far beyond my means or my inclination. My request to the bar is for total demolition and replacement of the facility building.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Yes, sir. Yes, the 1951 Sandbar, it shows that the footprint was more or less an L shape. Do you know when that other portion of the rear was infilled post 1951?
I do not.
Okay, fine. Do you know when the little small bump out on the back might have been added to? Because it looks like the house originally was the gabled portion, and then an addition was put on the back, and then another addition was put on next to it, and then the little extension in the back.
Neither of those additions were licensed additions, so.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Or like I understand that.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you, Mr. Gilliam.
You.
Do we have anyone speaking from the public? And I'll also say before, we received a lot of public comment on this. And so I imagine we may have lots of people speaking from the public. So I ask everyone, please be respectful of each other and also respectful of time because we have a full agenda this evening. With that said, who is speaking? Please, if you can approach.
My name is Demond Delaney, 16 Barkwood, Fort address. So I understand that this home is a historical home, and speaking from a side of opposition, with this home being torn down, this home, Philip Simmons won. The legacy of Philip Simmons is very rich in history. I believe that this home should be restored and not torn down. When you look at his contributions in the work that he's done in this community over the various years, I'm a Charleston native, East Side, born and raised. And as you look at, things that go in the community, you do not see these things torn down. Excuse me. You don't see these things torn down, for whatever kind of gain. It has to be restored. You take it from the community, people fought for this, people bloodshed, tears, everything has been here. And now we're gonna tear it down. We don't see the William Aiken House coming down. We don't see the Calhoun Mansion coming down. We don't see the Wentworth Mansion coming down. And now Black people finally got somebody that we can look up to in our community, Philip Simmons, who left a lifelong legacy. The city still makes a lot of money pointing out those fences that he made and this handcrafted work. So to say this is gonna go down and be torn down and not restored and brought back to where now not only the family, holds onto this legacy, Charleston holds on to this legacy. This is bigger than you, anybody in this room. It's bigger than us. This is community, and that house deserves to be in that community. That's all I got to say about it.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Professor Grant Gilmore at College of Charleston. I run our Historic Preservation and Community Planning program, and I'm also the Assistant Chair of Historic Preservation. spent my entire career advocating and protecting African descendant community resources. That's what I dedicated my life to. I was deeply disturbed, needless to say, to find out that Philip Simmons's house was demolition. And I would love to extend a hand alongside the ACBA, American College of Building Arts, to assist in any way, shape, or form in raising money or protecting the property. So I'll get to my points. Now, if you could focus briefly on the historical significance, condition, and viable path forward for 30 Blake Street, property that is far more than just an old house. It stands as an integral piece of Charleston's labor, craft, and African American descendant community history. Constructed in 1876 in the Hampstead Village, now known as the East Side neighborhood, 30 Blake Street is one of the rare surviving dwellings in Charleston tied to working class residential life in the late 19th century. In 1959, as you well know, master blacksmith Philip Simmons, I happen to do a bit of blacksmithing myself. Philip Simmons purchased the property and lived and practiced adjacent to the lot. His nationally recognized wrought iron work, gates, balconies, grills, are embedded throughout Charleston. The front of the house at 30 Blake Street served as rental housing for African American families and anchored the story of Simmons's life and craft to the entire neighborhood's context and indeed the whole Charleston region. While the structure suffered deferred maintenance, it has not lost its historic integrity, and that's an important point to make. Comprehensive conditions assessment and preservation plan by the ACBA under Professor Christina Butler lays out a clear, feasible roadmap for stabilization and rehabilitation. Demolition now would ignore both the technical solution and the historical imperative at stake. Charleston's preservation ethic must include not only the grand mansions, but also the everyday places where craft and community flourish. To demolish 30 Blake would sever the physical link between the city and one of its most celebrated artisans, one whose ironwork shaped the visual identity of Charleston and whose story belongs not just to the city's downtown elite, but to its east side working class neighborhoods. I therefore urge the board to deny or defer demolition permit, engage the property owner and the Philip Simmons Foundation, the ACBA, and municipal partners in partnership, document the building thoroughly, and allow this significant structure to be preserved as part of the living legacy of Philip Simmons. Thank you very much for your time.
Who else do we have speaking?
Hi, no, I'll make this brief because I know we're pressed for time, but I think there is something to be said about the preservation of liminal spaces in the city of Charleston as we continue to modernize. Especially considering what the precedence of demolishing this house represents for the Gullah Geechee community. Considering what a figurehead Philip Simmons is for them. We have statues in East Side for them. A lot of young Black workers in the city need that inspiration. And I think demolishing that house sets a bad precedent for them. It kind of speaks levels on how we view that historic community in the city. And I don't have all the details of the owner or his reasons why he thinks it should be demolished, but I can personally take a firm stance against it. And can speak to the reasons that it should be renovated and preserved instead of restored. And thinking of what a good message restoring the building could set for the Gullah Geechee people instead of demolishing it. Thank you for your time.
Sir, could you state your name for the record, please? I'm sorry.
Ms. Robbie Furrow.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Mack, and I'm a transplant back to Charleston after leaving here in 1965 because we didn't have the opportunities that we have now. However, when anybody comes to Charleston, the first thing I tell them is that you need to go by Mr. Simmons' house. And you need to go around Charleston and see all the magnificent work that he did. And if you really want to know something, excuse me.
No, it's not.
And, and I said, every time I send my godchildren, anybody here, one of the stops they're going to make is to speak with Mr. Simmons. And I always make it a point, even after I moved back here in 2009, I was a little disheartened because I could never understand why that house was in that deplorable condition. And so I asked the East Side, why can't we get resources to fix that house? But it's now 2025, and no disrespect to you, the owner. I just don't see us taking something down for somebody that means a lot to our community. We respect him. Families have his gates. Wallingford has one of his gates, and you can find his gates all over. Why are we going to tear down a part that's in the front of his house? And I am really passionate, and I vote, I would encourage you not to tear it down.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else speaking?
Good evening, Madam Chairman and board members. My name is Arthur Lawrence, and I'm a community activist. And I believe in generational wealth. Pass it down to the rest of the family. As you look at the end of Calhoun Street, the city make money. Tourists come to town, go to the end of Calhoun Street, and sooner or later, one of the historical church probably going to become a museum in that corridor, and the tourism of Charleston would come by and see the church and go down to the end of the Calhoun Street and see all the historical, all the museum there. But when you take generational wealth from a family, you cut that family off. Now, people say, let's don't do this, let's don't do that. But you build a park a few years ago. You build another park, put Mr. Simmons' statue in the park. But the main piece of it all is where he worked and where he lived. Everyone is at fault for this. This is a diamond in the rough for the city of Charleston. And as I look around this room, I don't see any elected official in this room supporting generational wealth and creating this as a place that visitors can come and see where he lived and where he worked. All over the world. Go to the airport, go all through the historical district of Charleston. You see his footprint on all these historical homes. And so now you want to tear down a part of his legacy and his family's legacy. As an activist, I see many people lose their home, their parents work hard for, and don't get any resource for what's happened to their family and their property. This should, the city of Charleston and all those individuals for years with the foundation and all of that, this should have been a focal point to take care of this piece of property, not to let it come in the state that it is now. If you demolish this piece of property, you just well go ahead and start demolishing all the historical property across Calhoun Street. There's something here. You can have one side parking behind Trident Tech, so tourism can come around, the buses can come around and see where he lived and work. Now, everyone say, whoa, let's rehab the building. But no one come up with the financial means to work with the family to make sure that you have a resource stream with his family to take care of the rest of the property that they have at this location. Now, in the city of Charleston, the other day you had a building collapse on King Street. You had one collapse on Line Street, historical home. Say, let's wait and we'll raise money. They had all this time prior to. Now, if anyone said they want to rehab it, you should put a time limit on there. Come up with a drawing and the financial stream to save this problem. It's up to the community. And it's up to you to make a decision that what's best for the city of Charleston and its community. If you deny it and this building collapse on the street and hurt somebody, damage somebody's car, or hurt somebody's child, who's gonna be responsible for that? The owner? Do we have the money to rehab this building? I'm not gonna go in his wallet. But the city have all kind of resources to work with them. But the burden, that's your doorstep. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else speaking?
My name is James Chandra, NJO, James Chandra, and I'm asking you to deny the request for full demolition of 30 Blake Street. Very clear that the building is not in the best condition, but the guidelines set out by the BAR, specifically the historic materials demolition purview, are clear that a historically important structure, that demolition by neglect is not supposed to be ignored. Especially the fact that deterioration does not by itself justify erasure. This building survived several generations. Philip Simmons was a master blacksmith, and I was actually at the Avery Research Center where they have his story and all the works that he's done and his history memorialized there. Philip Simmons shouldn't just be considered a local legend, but a South Carolina legend, a national legend. His story should be more well known. And the fact that you have the city's liaisons and community development coordinators, the Coastal Community Foundation, and several other individuals, we call Charleston spoke, saying that they're willing to work with the family to find a better solution where rehabilitation can take place, renovation can take place. I think that should be considered, because the historic materials demolition purview exists to stop these exact kind of scenarios happening. The removal of historic materials, character defining features. So I feel like approving full demolition here is just complete parade of history. And a lot of people here today have spoken about what Philip Simmons means to them, what Philip Simmons means to Charleston, what his legacy means to Charleston, what his works means to Charleston, and he worked in that building. And so I don't think it'd be a good idea for us to completely forget about that and just tear it down and put something up there instead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie O'Connor speaking on behalf of Save Our Structures Charleston. I'm here to speak on behalf of this building and in opposition of the demolition. While it certainly needs a lot of work, we believe that this building is salvageable. Special attention will certainly need to be paid to stabilizing the building while being renovated, but this is not unlike many of the wonderful examples around town of successful renovations. Even if this building was not associated with Philip Simmons, we would oppose its demolition. But it's clear that the history and Philip Simmons plays a very important role for the community and for the street. The building has been in the same family since the late 1950s, and specifically owned by Mr. Gilliam since 2007. I think we all had a little bit of a gasp moment when Frankie put up the photo from 2007, and we all saw what condition it was in at that time. The lack of maintenance on this property during that time is inexcusable and self-inflicted, and certainly not a good reason to approve the demolition of a historic structure that has maintained generally its historic form and prominence as part of the streetscape of Blake Street. While we recognize the cost associated with restoring a structure that's been allowed to deteriorate, this is certainly not in the category of the worst structures we've seen, and we believe it is absolutely possible to rehabilitate. We would welcome the opportunity to meet with the applicant to see if we could offer any guidance or assistance. We urge the city to reinstate the demolition by neglect task force and make real changes with regards to the regulation and enforcement surrounding stabilizing and protecting these historic resources. We ask the BAR to deny this application.
Larry Antonora, Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the chance to visit the site this morning. This 1876 wood framed double house is an example of both a unique typology and a 19th century vernacular architecture. 30 Blake Street speaks to the developmental history of the East Side neighborhood and the legacy of master blacksmith Philip Simmons, and is essential to preserve as an integral part of the streetscape. While this building is in an advanced state of deterioration, we are fortunate to have a recent conditions assessment and remediation plan produced by ACBA students to guide practical measures to save this building. As detailed in the report, stabilization is the first and most critical step, and action must be taken immediately. The best way to preserve a building is to use it, and with such strong community interest in preserving 30 Blake Street and Philip Simmons' legacy on this site, the PSC is optimistic that there is a creative and feasible solution to bring this building back to vibrant use. We ask that the board deny this request and require time-bound stabilization based on the steps suggested in the ACBA's comprehensive report. Alongside the Philip Simmons Foundation, HCF, ACBA, ECDC, and other community partners, the PSC hopes to be a resource as conversations about this building's future continue. Thank you.
Utility History of Charleston Foundation. HCF strongly opposes the demolition of this historic structure located at 30 Blake Street. Built in 1876, this historic property is an important piece of Charleston's history. Philip Simmons' workshop, located behind the house, was the birthplace of much of his iconic iron work, making the property a rare and tangible connection to his life, craftsmanship, and legacy. HCF has been engaged in ongoing conversations with the Philip Simmons Foundation and the applicant, and we hope to continue working collaboratively with them and alongside city officials, local trades professionals, and nonprofit partners to explore every possible option for this building structure. We respectfully urge the board to deny the demolition request and to establish a clear timeline for the property's stabilization. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking?
Hello. My name is Sandra Campbell, and I'm here really in support of not demolishing 30 Blake Street. When you demolish 30 Blake Street, you're demolishing Charleston's history, not just African American history, because it is Charleston's history. And I echo all of the support that's here today to showing their support of Charleston. I've known Philip Simmons for many, many years. I've been a citizen of Charleston all my life. And I find that it's so important that I'm a licensed tour guide for the city of Charleston. And so I've developed a tour, a walking tour, highlighting the contributions of Philip Simmons, and of course, the legacy and the importance of maintaining and sustaining our history. I would recommend that you delay making the decision and referring it back to the city of Charleston. Definitely to rehab it is going to cost, but I believe though that the city of Charleston has resources and perhaps they need to put more into the thought process of what it's going to mean when and if the structure is demolished. It's taken away Charleston's history. And I echo, like I says, all of the supporters of this, and urge you really to rethink, delay, recommend, but not recommend demolition. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Antonio Coxa, 111 Cooper Street, Eastside Community Development Corporation. Good afternoon. I'm here today because 30 Blake Street is more than a structure. It's a part of legacy and the living history of our icon on the East Side, Master Blacksmith Philip Simmons. His work shaped Charleston's identity, culture, and economy for generations. Demolishing his home would erase piece of history that can never be replaced. I'm asking the board to protect his site, consider restoration, and ensure the proper historical marker honor both his legacy and family. Philip Simmons turned fire into history, and that deserves to stand.
Is there anyone else speaking?
Good evening. My name is Calvin Malone. I'm a come here. I'm not a been here, I'm a come here. And since I've been in Charleston since 1981, the one name that I know is Philip Simmons. So, Mr. Gilman, Gilliam, I'm sorry. We stand with you in where you're going. What we want you to reconsider. We ask this board not to do that. I'm wearing the heart gate because I heard the history, met the man, and saw him in schools talking to students about his craft. So I understand what's unsightly, but I've watched one wall of a building that I know nothing about be preserved and to build a whole structure behind that one wall. So if we are going to be so short-sighted and recognize that Philip Simmons is not a part of Charleston, he is Charleston. Everywhere you go in the world, somebody knows Philip Simmons. I'm wearing the heart gate. So I'm asking you to take heart and deny this demolition. And then all of us who are here on behalf, we got to start working together to get this done.
Yes.
We got people saying they'll stand and do this. So let's not waste that. It's on you, and the heart goes out to you. But we need to preserve this. And I would ask that you deny this demolition, and I would encourage everyone in this room who stood here. I'm gonna come here now. I'm coming from a place that knew nothing about Philip Simmons. But I know what the value of history is down the road. We don't need a marker there that says this way it was. It's already there. So I'm not gonna belabor your time. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, but take heart. Let's do this. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Edward Jones, and you had asked a question earlier. I was doing back, I listened to it. And you asked about the outhouse was on the back of the house. Well, that wasn't the outhouse. In 1978, SCNG was going around all of the seniors around the city of Charleston. They were taking the hot water heater from the inside and sitting on the back on a low ton shed. So SCNG did that. That was not an outhouse. That's where the hot water heater was at, so the ventilation could go all the way through. Saying that to say that again, my name is Edward Jones. Philip Simmons was my mother uncle, that make him my grand uncle. And just the hair, you know what I'm saying, tan on there, and everybody else done said, that's a part of the East Side legacy. I born and raised in the East Side, 66 years in the East Side. Born there, raised there, grew up. My cousin Carlton Simmons was the last one running the show. Ronnie had it. Sarge was running the show along with Uncle Fuller. But the most unique thing about it, the walkway coming out of his house, he sat in his backyard and he crafted all of those little designs of what he pressed down into that cement in the front. Well, Agape Church had a garden on the end of Blake and East Bay Street was a Fuller Simmons garden. Agape Church moved on and the statue was there. The city take the statue and put it up in the Navy Yard and the storage. Well, after Uncle Fuller died, we did a petition along with the East Side neighbors saying, listen, let's name Mall Park after Uncle Fuller. The name Mall Park, we asked for one park, which was the playground where he said and watched the kids play basketball at. The city allowed to name the park after him, so I asked the city, can we use his statue on the park? Well, the city, what the city did, the city gave us the park across the street. Mr. Steve Bailey sitting right there. They raised money to put all of the beautiful flowers and beautify that park, and Uncle Fuller's statue sitting there. And we saying that because he spent all of his time, his legacy in the East Side. When he came from Daniels Island on a little prairie, he got off on the East Side, on Columbus Street. To go on Calvin Street, to Mr. Simmons, Mr. Peter Simmons, we was working with. So that house at 30 Blake Street and 30.5 Blake Street is deeply rooted in our heart. Now, second story, Uncle Fuller could have been a billionaire with the work he done around, not just only Charleston, Washington, D.C., Georgetown, anywhere you go, you see Uncle Fuller work right there. But he could have been a billionaire, but you know what? It was never about the money. For him, it was about the quality and his craftsman what he put there. So anytime you walk out anywhere in Charleston, you put your hand on one of his friends, it's just like a throw, a vibes, a chill run through your body. So I'm standing here tonight asking y'all, please figure out another way to consider, like Mr. Lawrence them said, there are money in the city to get things like this done. And that's a part of our history, you know, and erasing our history. We got so many historical houses around here that people find money to rehab it, to keep it up there. And we ask the same thing. Give them time to find this money so we can rehab that. We do not need that house torn down, demolition completely down to the ground. Because prior to, I would say 2 or 3 years before Uncle Fuller passed, that house, we had people living up in the downstairs apartment in that house. So like I said, I've been around them all the time. What Allen, what Carlton, what Sarge, what Ronnie. Those were the people who he trained to work when he was riding around here in this little SC&G little black or white little truck with a little money trailer behind with his weld on it. We remember all that. But let's say to take that house down, you really will be taking a big chunk out of the East Side and out of the history of people in Charleston. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else speaking? All right. Frank, you forgive city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff have a few observations and conditional. Staff observations, as many members have stated, the structure actually dates to 1876, so older than we originally dated it to in the agenda. It retains many of its character defining features and can still be repaired. And as many people have pointed out, it was previously owned by Mr. Simmons. Staff condition, not actually for approval, just the staff condition. Staff suggests consulting code related property maintenance minimums and procedures for sealing and protecting the structure until it is ready for rehabilitation. The staff recommendation is denial of demolition as proposed.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. We haven't made a decision yet.
Yeah.
Not that, Mr. Gilliam, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations? You've got 5 minutes if you'd like to respond to anything.
Thank you. The only thing I want to say in response to the folks about to speak is thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your expressions about my grandfather. Thank you for your care and understanding. This is a process. This is something that I had to go through. I appreciate those of you who encouraged everyone else to come out and to assist. I'm wide open for that. There are only a couple options, either to tear it down or to refurbish. I'm certain that the board, the BAR is going to say it is denying. That's fine. It's part of the process. Now we are working on the next step on how we're going to rehabilitate that property. And I encourage each of you to wrote your names down. Delaney, Professor Gilmore, Dr. Farrell, Sarah Mack.
Yes.
Dr. Lawrence. James, thank you. I love that. Mr. Connor. Ms. Campbell. Mr. Coxon, Mr. Malone, everyone who got up to speed. I thank you for being here tonight, and I look forward to.
We know we will do it. Hey, bro. You know. Thank you.
Thank you,
For
everybody.
being here. And the job well done.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. I'd first like to say I appreciate the community activism here, and it was nice to see a group of people come out and speak almost in support of each other. So I'll just say that we have some other angrier public comments, so that was very heartening to see. Thank you all.
Sounds like there's a lot of people out here that want to help out on this project, and I hope that they will, assuming this is going to go the way I think it's going to go, that they will step up and really help out with this situation. I know there's a lot of great resources in this room. I know a lot of these people. They have a way of getting things done. We regularly see houses in far worse condition than this that are successfully rehabilitated and restored. And I would encourage everyone, that Mr. Gilliam and all of these other folks to get together and try to work out a solution. Maybe figure out some funding to bring this house back to life. This property has a high level of just setting aside the architecture of the building. It just as important as the cultural aspect of this building, of this site, equally as important as the architecture itself. And when you lose one element of that site, losing this front building, it sort of diminishes the site as a whole. It diminishes the two buildings left in the back as well. So I think the site needs to be preserved holistically. I would possibly, at a later discussion, support maybe some selective demolition, like maybe some of the later additions or something. But I think that would come after some more research is done on the ages of those various additions. So I want to kind of leave that out on the table. That would be a possibility down the road. But as it is, I think this is too valuable structure. Like I said, we've seen far worse in the past, successfully restored, and I would not be in favor of the demolition request.
In agreement.
Comments?
Do we need, part of what I believe we should do is maybe set a timeline for stabilization or, stabilization for this so that we can ensure it doesn't get any worse and that there's time to figure out a true plan.
Did you want to make a motion?
What kind of timeframe have we
What's
been
reasonable?
Like 30
Yeah.
days or 90 days?
I think a plan should be submitted within 90 days.
Okay,
All right, stabilization plan submitted. Okay.
okay. I'll make a motion to deny demolitions of this building with the staff condition that was listed and a board condition that a stabilization plan be submitted to the city within 90 days.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for denial of demolition with staff condition and a board condition that a stabilization plan be submitted to the city within 90 days. Do I have a second to Laura's motion?
No second.
Thank you, Bill. Put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
Bill.
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Gilliam. Is there a big one? Or do you need break? I was gonna try to get there. If you don't- Let me know, just let me, if you need one now. Okay, be sure.
Thank you, guys. Well, on this.
Yeah, I do that side.
You can stand up.
Choose myself.
Oh. Is this the one? Oh, yeah. Oh, you go.
How you doing?
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't see you sitting back there, man. Yeah. Good to see you. Good to see you.
And if everyone could filter out, we've still got many agenda items left, so if you could take it out in the hallway, please. Yeah, we'll take a break. All right. We'll come back at 5:47. We're not taking an hour break. Okay. Yeah.
34th Main Street is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. It is a category 2, circa 1855 in the Old Historic District. Requesting conceptual approval for piazza restoration, exterior repair work, and changes to fenestration. This is the property's location on Smith Street. And I will turn it over to the applicant. Mike.
All right, so I'm Laura Altman, LFA Architecture. And this property is on the corner of Smith and Bufane. The house was built in 1855, solid masonry with stucco. And that included the two dependencies that are at the rear of the property. A servant's quarters as it was listed on the 1902 maps, and a carriage house. The three buildings were connected by the 1944 Sanford maps, and the main house was divided into 6 apartments in the 1940s, following after the use of the house by the Coast Guard as a recruiting station and officers' housing during World War II. Currently, there are 7 units on the property. 9 units on the property. 4 of those were in the existing main house, 5 and 4 in the dependency, the larger 2-story dependency, and 1 in the carriage house. There are 2 addresses for the property, so the dependency and the carriage house are technically 92 Bufane, meaning that they also fall. They have to use that address for permitting and any sort of BAR. So those parts of the property are not included on today's agenda or our application. And going forward with this application and my client's restoration of the house, there will be only 7 units, 2 in the main house, and then 5 in the dependencies total. No zoning variances or anything were required because we had the changes to the footprint. We do have a FEMA variance that was issued by the Building Codes Board of Appeals in October. And so tonight we're requesting conceptual approval for overall restoration of the house, including stucco, windows, and things like that. Removal of the piazza stairs, removal of the screen porch, and a bunch of fenestration changes. So I'm going to skip to the elevations so you can see before and after. That'll be easier. Okay. All right. The first thing that we want to do is to remove this existing concrete stair and the stair that's interior of the piazza. Those were added most likely in the 40s to access the different apartments. So those are going to go away. The railing will be restored at the stair at the piazza. And we are also going to remove the screen porch framing at the top west end of the piazza. The piazza was enclosed at the end. It was originally an L-shaped piazza. It was enclosed in the 1940s when it was purchased after World War II by the Steinberg family, and they enclosed that piazza and created the 6 apartments. As we did interior non-structural demolition, we saw evidence of a lot of that, and thank you to the board for joining me out there today and getting to see some of that because that's helpful in understanding evolution. We are proposing to rebuild just the ground floor exterior walls of that piazza enclosure because they are wood frames. Some of them are below grade. They will be in the exact same location. It'll still be stuccoed. But when we rebuild it with concrete block and stucco, that's just going to be better for moisture intrusion and long-term durability for the house. Trying to do this so that this house remains a legacy house for all of Charleston. We are also at the ground floor adding a new arched entry into a mudroom, and that arch picks up on arches at the front of the house face Smith Street. And then other just items, reworking some of the windows that didn't line up to start with as double windows. So taking away one on the second one of each of these then gives us a nice center line. That is all at the south elevation. Oh wait, one more thing. The ground floor here, there's a window, and we looked at this on site today. There's an existing window at the ground floor that we want to turn into a door. It's behind that column. We know that it was historically a window, but that's the only one that we're changing that was not
a non-historic item. The north elevation, we have a couple of windows up top that were originally larger windows. We can see the modern brick that was used to fill those in. This set of sashes is actually overlapping each other because they're the correct sashes for the larger opening. Couple of windows at the ground floor, also similar situation. So we want to restore those back to their original sizes. You can even see that on the outside, the original masonry sills are still existing at those top two windows. And front elevation at Smith Street really doesn't change other than taking away the side stair and the interior stairs, so you don't see those anymore. And then just reworking some of the windows, the fenestration at the east elevation of the piazza enclosure. Those are non-historic. They were put in the 40s. They're rotting, and we're just trying to make them make a little more sense. Lined up vertically. Okay, I have met with Historic Charleston Foundation and Preservation Society and the Charleston Village Association, given tours and everything, and we are not aware of any objections. I've provided some letters from a few of the neighbors. So, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Mary Ann Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates that reaching out to us and the opportunity to visit the site. We are excited to see this building receiving preservation attention and look forward to seeing this positive rehabilitation project move forward. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Just had a couple observations that we appreciate the restoration of original features and that the windows being closed were non-original. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff in the permit.
Thank you. Laura, did you want to respond to or clarify anything? All right, public comment to the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. This might be a very simple one.
I have one question for Laura. Laura, the door you're proposing in the window location, is the door going to be in the same width of the existing
Yes,
window?
the windows that are in there are actually modern, or at least newer windows with jambs inside of the original jambs. And so we'll keep that original opening, try to restore the original casing, and then carry it further down.
Nice.
We have some consensus on a motion.
I would make a motion for the conceptual approval.
Would you like to do preliminary and final review by staff?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion.
Review by staff.
Perfect. We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval of preliminary and final review by staff permit documents. Do I have a second to Fillmore's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Daryl. I'll put the motion to a vote. Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes for the majority and the motion passed unanimously. Agenda item 5774 Rutledge. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Man, 774 Rutland is in North Central District 4, category 4, circa 1925 in the historic corridor district, requesting conceptual approval for a single-story rear addition. This is the property's location on Rutland, and I will turn it over to the applicant. And Patrick, I'm sorry I split your items up. I didn't realize you had two on the agenda.
At least it wasn't like 1 in 15. Thanks, everybody. Patrick Corpus, Arlen Studio Architecture. We are proposing a master bedroom suite, second bedroom as well back there. Rear addition to an existing house built with the neighborhood. We are getting to the site. So the site has come through a couple of iterations. We talked about the rear unit a couple weeks ago. So now we are focusing on the front existing house. Right now, the north property line, the side of the house oversteps that setback that's allowed on that side. We are trying to pull that back, get the addition inside the setback line. So everything we are doing from a zoning standpoint is by right. We're not crossing any setbacks, we're not going too high, we are completely trying to be subordinate to that existing house, height, width, depth, everything. We do not want this addition being very hidden from the street, want it hidden as much as possible. The existing house is vinyl sided right now, which isn't ideal. We have not yet made a decision on whether or not we're going to try to remove that. Once we hopefully get approval today, we might take some of that siding off to see what's underneath and hope for the best on what we might find. But the addition itself, like I said, comes off the rear. We've got a little bit of a step back on that north facade, a larger step back on the south facade for a little access stoop through the mudroom. And we are coming off just about 23 feet, which is about half of the depth of the house itself, the existing house itself. Going through this lower left elevation here, you can see that we are keeping a roof line lower than the existing roof line, keeping the sides in, and trying to change up the materiality of the house to make it known that it's not trying to be part of the existing structure. I think that's everything I've got.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Oh,
Just one quick question, excuse me, Bob. So first of all, I really appreciate the effort to put a rear addition on a very small vernacular structure and keep it in scale.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, I applaud that effort. I just have one more comment. Where, because the addition shifts slightly in relative to the ridge of the main house, where it's shifts from the rear, shifts slightly to the right, where it tucks under the overhang, looking at the elevations, that is going to be a really tough flashing detail at that.
Yes, it is. I understand that. I've not quite figured that out yet. But yes, I understand how it's going to be a little bit complicated.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do have 8-foot ceilings with a step down from the existing floor to new floor. So I'm reluctant to go lower than that.
Yeah, I understand exactly why you did it, and I appreciate it from architectural and preservation perspective. It's just going to be a tough flashing detail.
any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Leonard Antonora Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC feels that the proposed addition is sensitively designed, appropriately differentiated from the historic structure and subordinate in both height and footprint. We are happy to offer support.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff had an observation that the proposal is tucked in from both sides and that the new roof keeps below the existing eave. I wrote this as a condition. It's actually more of a suggestion. We would recommend providing some additional fenestration, but staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and preliminary and final by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Orvis, did you want to respond to or clarify anything?
No.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I think it's well executed.
Do we have some consensus?
Make a motion. Make a motion for conceptual approval with preliminary and final reviews by staff.
So no staff condition.
Staff would actually prefer it not be a condition, just a suggestion.
So we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Fillmore. Motion to a vote. Laura?
Yay, in favor.
Daryl?
You in favor?
Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 6 is 318 Sumter Street. Frankie, if you'll give us the introduction overview of the project, please.
Let me get caught up.
18 Sumter Street is in West Side Council District 6. It is category 3, circa 1930 in historic materials demolition purview. Requesting approval for partial demolition of elements visible from public right of way. This is the property's location on Sumter Street, and I will turn it over to the applicant.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to review this project again. This is 318 Sumter Street. As a reminder, this is a historic sister house in Sumter Street, which is one of many. Currently, we have a double front door set that is separate. And the request in the past has been to affect the framing in the middle of the two doorways, to demo beyond the siding. The intention was to do a double door set, but unify it. After taking your comments into consideration, I understand that the double door set and the two transoms are very important. They're historic character defining features of the house, which I do agree with. However, I would like to enhance this by adding trim in between the two to make the door set look a little more unified and refined. There are a lot of examples in the neighborhood of other sister houses that have the two doors and two transoms trimmed out as a unified set. In the past 2 meetings, we've talked a lot about the trim, the two doors, and the two transoms. But there hasn't been any mention about the siding in between the double door sets being a character defining feature. So my request tonight is not to touch the existing trim, but only to remove the siding that is in between these two door sets. Right here. Yeah, the trim will not be touched. The only time I'm going to touch the existing trim is to fix the jankiness that somebody did. Owning the house. I really appreciated the opportunity to share the plans with the Historic Charleston Foundation, and hopefully you'll take this into consideration and to request or take this request into consideration. Hopefully this is very clear this time, and what my intention is going to be. Not with the ordinance passing, I could be a little more liberal with what I was saying my intention. Unfortunately, I'd already submitted this when that passed, so.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
I have one question. What kind of siding is on there right now?
It's wood.
Wood siding.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I don't know, it looks, most of it looks, it's actually in really good condition. We've been really lucky. Looks like previous people have had to replace them. We've had to repair a couple boards, but for the most part, it was good.
Thank
We
you.
got lucky.
Any other questions?
And this is just a piece of siding you're inserting.
Just
No.
the
I mean, a piece of
No,
trim,
no.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Piece of trim, yeah. Vertical trim, sorry.
Not inserting the same. Trim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to trim it out. I shared with them so that it'll look
All right.
uniform.
It helps knowing.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
You actually can't consider what comes next, Bill.
Not yet.
And I guess I should say, I don't know if you can put this as a condition, but it'll of course be on, I can submit it to staff so that they.
As it is submitted, they cannot consider what comes next, nor can it be a requirement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Is there any public comment? Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff, at the same comment from last time, with the 2 separate front doors with their own transoms or character defining features until they cleared the house. So the staff recommendation is still denial.
Thank you, Frankie. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything?
Yes, I am keeping, I agree, the separate front doors and the separate transoms are 100% character defining, and those are staying. I'm not touching those at all. It's literally only the siding in between. The trim is not being touched.
So this is not being submitted under the new ordinance.
No.
We're just looking at this as demolition.
That
Okay.
is correct, because they would have to opt into the new ordinance.
Right.
And we're having to put together new code.
Okay.
All right.
We will have to keep track.
public comment, and the applicant presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. I'd just like to say we're again reviewing this under the old ordinance. They're keeping the doors and the transoms. And I am viewing this similarly to, we allow holes in roofs. You know, our standard is less than 50%. I just think with the character defining features of the doors being retained, I'm in support of this.
I agree.
Agrees. And it's clear that it's only the siding that's being removed and the framing and all of that, so.
I don't exactly, I mean, I know exactly what's happening, and I understand what the application is.
No, you don't.
And and I just, they just want to continue the traffic between the two doors so that they look a little more monolithic style and take the row of siding out between. I don't quite understand the drive for that, honestly, because, you know, I mean, it's the two doors have been there a long time and the siding's been in between them since the house was built. And so I really don't understand it. I really think I object to it. I just don't quite understand the drive for it.
Do we have some consensus on a motion?
Is a motion?
Is your motion for,
Approval of demolition?
these are approved, we don't do conceptual with those. Approval of demolition. And are we still being asked to add in the condition of the 30 days?
Yes, it would still.
Do we need to add that in as part of our motion?
We probably should whenever we're approving.
Are you all right modifying
I
your motion that we have a condition that no demolition can occur until after the 30-day period expires?
Good with that?
All right, we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition as proposed with a board condition that no demolition occur until expiration of the 30-day appeal period. Do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Bill, with the motion to a vote. Laura?
Yay, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
I'm gonna come see this when you're done, because you've worked very hard.
Second. Bill. Agenda item 7, 1070 Morrison Drive. Frankie, you have to give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Okay, 1070 Morrison Drive, it is East Central, Council District 4. It is new construction in the Historic Corridor District. They are requesting conceptual approval for a new office building and drive-through. This is the property's location on Morrison. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Everyone, my name is Beth Harmon. I work for the Middleton Group for the architects on the project. The project is for a roughly 3,000 square foot, single story office building. The proposed use is as a bank for in-person banking plus a drive-through concept tucked behind the building along the railroad track, Morrison Drive. This project is being conceived as an extension of the Morris development, which went through BAR large about 6 years ago. You can kind of see it to the upper left here. Test 1080 Morrison. This is viewed as a small extension. So a lot of the massing, materials, fenestration patterns are inspired by those two buildings next door. So contextually, you know, we're along Morrison Drive here. You have singles and two-story office buildings and restaurants, and Edmonds is right there. On the other side of Morrison Drive, in this red region is 1070 Morrison. You have the railroad track bordering that, and then you have 5-story apartment buildings, the Foundry Point across the railroad. Actually, you can kind of see today Morrison there, kind of a lot of inspiration is are drawn from those buildings. Where that dumpster is shown here, that purple dumpster is kind of the siting of the building. Kind of see the scaling along Morrison Drive. It is a very fast portion of Morrison Drive here, 4 lanes. There's parking on the street parking on the opposite side of the street, but there's very little pedestrian connectivity between these two sides. So it's very much a destination spot. You know, end users park on site. More photos. You'll see some existing trees. We did get approval from BZASD to remove, I think, 10 trees on site. And we do have to replace that with 40 caliber inches of new trees in our design. So citing the site plan perspective, there's a new curb cut being proposed along Morrison Drive for entry only, 2 drive-through lanes with 5 cars of stacking, the pass-through lane, and about 9 parking spaces, which should suffice the zoning requirements, so we don't have to do a lease agreement with the parking garage next door. The thing to note about this site is that it's in a AE 11 flood zone. That's this line here. It's also within the limb walk. Meaning this site has to be compliant with coastal area flood zone requirements. So we have to wet flood proof the building, can't be dry flood proof with flood panels, and so we have to have a crawl space underneath it. Because of that, there's about 5 feet of grade change between the first floor and the grade around it. So the grade is very important on this site. It's highest up near the dumpster, and it flows towards the creek. Newmarket Creek kind of dumps in that direction towards the right, and then it also slopes towards Morrison Drive. So from us, a siting standpoint, it makes the most sense to locate the entrance here on the upper left-hand portion of the building, central to the parking spots on site, but also at the highest point of the site. If we were to locate it along Morrison Drive, we'd have to have probably 4 more treads. So you're looking at roughly 20 feet of space needed to put a staircase along Morrison Drive, which is why we don't have a pedestrian entrance from Morrison Drive. It's kind of tucked around the corner about 40 feet into the parking lot. We are working with an interior designer with our client. The floor plan is forthcoming. It'll be in our subsequent submissions. The thing to note here is we need roughly 70 linear feet of ramp to get up to the first floor. So we're actually proposing a platform lift kind of tucked in this little alcove here, not really visible from the public right of way. One thing to note with the roof plan is we have high parapets along Morrison Drive. We're planning to tuck the RTUs behind the parapets, so we're proposing no mechanical screening. The parapet will provide the screening. These are the elevations. A lot of inspiration again from the Morris next door. This blue line is the design flow elevation for the site. And not only does the first floor have to be above that, the entire structure of the first floor has to be above that. So we're proposing a structural slab with breakaway panels between each one of these piers to allow for the free flow of water during a flood event. And because we have to wet flood proof it, the entrance up into the building has to be open to allow for that free flow of water. We can't close it in with storefront on that bottom part of the entrance. From a materiality standpoint, streetscape wise, 1070s here kind of slopes up to 1080 and back down to 1090. There's no massive proportional changes with the massing as you kind of go across the development. And that's kind of the portion of the building on the other side of the street with those 2 and 1-story office buildings. Materiality wise, we're proposing the same white brick that we use next door. Black accents with curtain wall and storefront, and a dark gray ACM panel, which is different than the materiality we used up here. What we think is a good complement is the easier material to work with what we had next door. That parking or the drive-through is tucked behind the building as viewed from Morrison Drive. As you're going into the drive-through, this is kind of what it looks like. There will be no visual connection between the cars and the tellers. They'll have pneumatic tube systems, but the window there is not for visual between the cars and the teller.
view from Morrison Drive to that shared access with 1080 Morrison, that main entrance right there. One more thing about this, we are proposing EPA and soffit condition, just like we had at the main tower, 1080 Morrison, and the butterfly roof at 1090 Morrison. This is your view coming up Morrison as you're leaving Charleston and going up the peninsula. There is, because Morrison Drive pinches down at the railroad, there is no development that can go next to us. This is kind of the first thing you see coming up Morrison Drive. And from a landscape perspective, the stormwater management is actually going to be one of the biggest hurdles in this project. We're going through that with the TRC at the moment. But as mentioned earlier, we have to come back with 40 caliper inches of trees. We may be able to eliminate some of these and go bigger, but we do have a lot of trees we need to replant. And from a design perspective, a lot of the native plants that we planted next door will be translated over to this property, so it'll look cohesive, not in just the building, but in the landscape design. That's all I have.
Any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Thank you to the Historic Charleston Foundation. We appreciate the applicant meeting with us in advance of this meeting. While we are not opposed to the architectural direction of the project, we believe the current design appears overly auto-centric. In general, we advocate for walkable, transit-oriented development, particularly on the Upper Peninsula where this project is located. Drive-through banks are not a building type we typically see or encourage on the peninsula, where the focus is increasingly shifted, especially on this part, toward more pedestrian-oriented and mixed use. Respectfully, we would recommend deferral for restudy. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
That's an observation, one that we appreciate the nice detailing of the brick. But we felt that the roof pitch of the metal portion was very steep. We are not opposed to the angled roof. We just suggest a restudy of the taller portion. Staff conditions for approval. Make sure I get this right. Restudy fenestration of metal masses, especially at the intersection between masonry and metal portions. And restudy of intersection of two masses for more cohesion where the two masses, I don't think it was supposed to say intersect. But staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and then a return for preliminary. So we would request it not be given.
All right, Mr. Carmen, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the public comment in the city staff comments?
I think I covered it in my presentation. But we appreciate being able to meet with Foundation as well as the Preservation Society and city staff during the process.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
This is a typical type of project that we see. I agree with staff that the brick detailing is nicely done. It gives a lot of depth and texture to the building. I appreciate the comment about maybe the pitch of the roof could come down some and not be quite so exaggerated. I do think that site, an important thing that needs to happen to the site is probably introducing a low screen wall along Morrison Drive, which is typical of what the BAR large requires for projects like this, up and down the upper corridors of the peninsula, to screen the vehicular use areas. I think that you typically find them around a 30 inch high range or something, and that will also sort of give an edge to the street, and sort of a more urban edge to the street, and screen the vehicular use areas as well. I think signage is going to be important as how the site signage is handled. I'd like to maybe the next go around we'll start seeing some of that. But overall, I think I'm pretty happy.
I think it's a well articulated maps. I think in respect to its the sister building at 1080, it plays off of it real well. And I think every elevation is articulated very nice. Also at the opposite end of 1080, they have 1090, that other little building. So I think they're both little nice counterpoints kind of in the middle of the bigger building, so.
The scale are meant to mirror each other almost.
Yeah. And the buildings behind it are big box apartments and it steps down across the street. So I think the scale is appropriate for what you're trying to do.
I would agree from a conceptual standpoint and height, scale and mass and general direction that it fits the site, it fits the content.
Typical of the architecture up there, and then certainly blends in with it. I really, for this design, the change in materiality at the intersections don't bother me at all.
Either.
I think the roof pitch, visually, I don't know that it would improve or detract if you changed.
I don't think it can change that much, or the windows, the top windows are gonna get squatty.
I think
So,
yeah, this, I don't have an issue with it. I don't, so I wouldn't mind back signage and some further detail. I think it might. We'll just get back at preliminary.
I think we should.
Yeah, with that detail sort of flushed out.
so I'll make a motion for approval, conceptual approval with the architect to study adding a 30-inch knee wall along, what'd you call it, site wall along Morrison, and to show signage location on the next submittal. Was that? Yeah, is there a third thing or was that it?
How about any of the staff conditions?
Don't. I don't necessarily agree with staff's conditions.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with 2 board conditions. To study adding a 30-inch knee wall along Morrison, and 2, to show signage in the next submittal. Do a second to Daryl's motion?
I'll say.
Thank you, Bill. I'll put the motion to the vote for us.
Yay, in favor.
Someone,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill,
Yeah.
the chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 8 is 23 Savage Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction to the project.
Um, 23 Savage Street is in Charlestown, Council District 8. It is not surveyed circa 1870 Old Historic District. Requesting conceptual approval for exterior alterations, including opening 2nd-story porch, fenestration changes, and adding shutters. This is the property's location on Savage Street, and I will turn it over to you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Claire Andrew, and I'm here representing Some Fashion on Marshall Architects, and I'm here tonight with Ed Hess, the people in the firm as well. And so 23 Savage, we're looking at a house head set here that we think was designed in the 1870s. It is a L-shaped side hall type. So there's parlor roofs off the side of the hall and entry off to the side of the building. And you can see in the middle, Sanborn back here, those L-shaped building kind of sits on the site with a 1-story porch or 1-story structure at the rear of the site, and a couple other 1-story structures which no longer exist on the site. These are a couple of aerial images showing the structure from different angles. Contextual photos of structures in the neighborhood. adjacent to the house at 23 Savage here. And then across the street. Okay, these are exterior photos of the property at 23 Savage at the front. You can see the front door at the right here kind of indicates that L-shaped side hall typology. And then on this elevation at the side, you can see the porch enclosure that was added at a later date after the original construction. And then these two aluminum windows, non-historic windows up there. And then this is the north elevation here. You can see there's a limited view from the public right of way down that north elevation. This is an image of the rear of the property and the backyard, and there's no visibility from any streets to the back. These are precedent images for a small Juliet balcony that we plan to add at the rear of the house with no visibility to the public right. I'll flip through our floor plans here. This is the roof plan. As you can see here is the new Juliet balcony that is not visible from the public right of way, and there's no other alterations to the roof. Here is the existing front elevation of the home at 23 Savage. We do plan to unenclose the porch, a partial area of the porch to return usable space area program to the exterior. So we will be moving this wall back in the plane so that it aligns with the plane of the wall on the first floor. And we plan to salvage the siding up here at the second floor porch and then reapply it to the elevation. So this is the proposed elevation. There's no change to the structure there, just moving the wall plane back to unenclosed portion of the porch. This is that south elevation as it is existing. The two aluminum windows, which were additions at a later time after the original construction. And our proposal is to move that wall back and give more porch area to the program and expose one of the original historic porch doors, which it remains on the interior of the house right now. And we will replace one of those non-historic aluminum windows with a wooden 6/6 window. And we are adding a new door at the rear in like kind to these porch doors up at the front. And those doors are not visible from the public right of way. Neither is this new Juliet balcony, so part of the plan addition. This is the rear of the structure. And then our proposal includes shifting a window down on the ground floor over a couple of inches and also adding the Juliet balcony at the second story there at the rear. Those modifications are not visible from the public right of way. And this is the north elevation. This is the window this is a non-historic window that we plan to remove and replace with a French casement wooden window. And the reason for this change is to create a line of symmetry between the dining room and the kitchen and the window on the interior. And then next to it, the window adjacent will be blind from the interior and waterproofed and flashed to ensure no water damage. And we have consulted with the Preservation Society and the Historic Charleston Foundation, and they've offered their support for the program. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'll do.
Any questions for the applicant?
I have a question about the shutters on the front of the house. Well, everywhere really, it says that the shutters are remaining as is, but when you look from existing to proposed, they're a little bit, there's more siding showing, so.
That's actually just a drawing error. We don't, That's just an error in the drawing. We don't intend to touch the shutters at the front.
Okay.
It's the same shutter, but.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? All right, Frankie, if you'll give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
So we've got one observation and one condition. We appreciate any portions of the porch being reopened. But our condition for approval is that the second floor window should stay aligned with the existing first floor window. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and preliminary final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Andrews, do you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments?
Sure. Thank you. And we're hoping that with the addition of extra porch area, that it's kind of a nice trade-off to create this nice condition on the interior of the house. For the window alignment with the dining room and the kitchen. Thank you.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I appreciate the reopening of that piece of piazza. I think overall, everything's looking pretty good. I do have one comment, and that is on the south elevation. I guess this is a suggestion, not a requirement, but the new window that you're putting up on the second floor, it would be nice if I think that's a library or something on the first floor. If there's any way that could slide over and thinner, it would look so much better. But other than that, I'm comfortable.
I'm comfortable. I would like to make just one comment, and this is more for future applications or drawing sets. Could you please put the elevation, like the existing and proposed, right on top of each other on the same elevation? It'll help us just from being able to compare. But overall, I think everything makes a lot of sense. And the only comments I had made note of were at the back of the house, and like you said, there's no visibility there, so I'll just hold those.
So the rear is not visible, I think.
That's what.
Yeah. So, I mean, I really appreciate opening up a little more of the porch. That's always a great positive. On the south elevation, I'm a little troubled by the loss of symmetry or the asymmetry, rather dramatic asymmetry of the windows in the center and the leveling porch. It would now, to your point, is that a fair trade-off for opening the porch? So I'll leave that kind of open for the discussion.
Not visible.
I would trade it off. I mean, opening up the porch.
We so
everything
often
can't be
don't see
symmetrical every time. But I'm not as much of a stickler on that as some people are.
I think we don't see it enough, reopening porches, even
Yeah.
partially.
Yeah.
It's always so. I think it's a worthy trade-off.
I think where she's put the window on the second floor, it needs to be in the center of that thing. I think it looks better there. It's just, if you could convince your client, make it slide the downstairs window over.
Yeah. Oh, no, I think the second floor, is just the first floor window.
Yeah.
We're showing, and of course, one of the things that is from my perspective, I said that I enjoy so much about architects, Charleston architecture in general, Georgian architecture in particular, is the symmetry of the fenestration. And I think when we start losing that, it's a little diminishing to the character of the structures. But I also really appreciate opening that porch. I'm not opposed to a trade-off. Yeah.
Make a motion
Go ahead, Daryl.
to approve conceptual approval as submitted
With the preliminary and final review,
by staff.
no conditions.
I don't have any. No.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff. Do I have a second to Daryl's motion? I'll second. Thank you, Laura. I'll go from motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in fact.
Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Laura,
Yay, in favor.
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, Franklin. Nice one. When you do preliminary and final review by staff, do they have to do preliminary and then a final? Okay.
No, it's just for kind of clarification, because our ordinance draws out all three steps. It's just for clarification that all of that is handled by staff within the permit.
Okay, that makes sense. I just want to make sure.
All right, agenda item 9, 158 Spring Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
158 Spring Street is in Canberra, Elliott Borough, Council District 6. The existing structure is Category 3, Circuit East 140. This proposed is new construction. We are in the Old City District requesting conceptual approval for a new 2 single-family dwelling. This is the property's location on Spring Street, and I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. I'm Ashley Jennings. I'm architect on the project with you tonight, is my client, Colin Colbert. You have seen this project before. This is 2 buildings that are in the rear portion of property with a historic building. And there's a lot of discussion last time about the nature of these buildings as they relate to a court, which is what was originally the driveway is going to become a court that accesses the rear of the property, which is another portion of the development. In that discussion, I think there was a lot of talk about the narrowness of that court and how these buildings relate and whether they need to be subordinate to the front structure or because they're establishing a rhythm along the court, they don't need to be subordinate. What I got from all of that discussion was a little bit of maybe disagreement among the board about whether those buildings are residents of the court or if they should be subordinate to the back of the structure. But taking all of that into account, what we decided to do is to reduce the footprint of each of the structures. Just to back up for those who haven't seen this project before. This is the section of Spring Street that the property sits on. And as you can see here, this is the rear portion of this property. This is the structure we're talking about here. More maps. And the previous proposed and the current proposed, one of the suggestions we thought we got was to push these structures back away from the court so that there was a little bit of pause there so that they weren't right up on the court. What that does is push those buildings so they sit slightly past the back of the original structure or the east side of the original structure. But in doing that, we also started to study the massing of the structures. And one of the things that I think it was a suggestion by Mr. Wilson was to look at the roofscape of the existing structure. And so what we've done is change the way, there was a lot of discussion too about the way that the roof related to the structure is a very low slope gable roof. And we've gone in and looked at breaking the massing down so that the roof is similar to the structure in the front, even though it's running the opposite direction. And you'll see that in a minute. But as you can see here, we've reduced the footprints of the building significantly. And this is the roof plan, the second floor plan, and first floor plan. And this was the existing proposed, and this is the current proposed. So you can see this is the side that this is the south elevation. So this is the side that would be directly behind the existing structure. So once again, we're turning the building to face the court, but this kind of language of a shed roof and a gable and a shed roof is similar to that of the front structure. And what it does is it enables us to break the massing down so the building doesn't read the same way that this originally proposed structure does. There was also a comment about the fenestration on the building, and I believe that was talking about what we were showing as maybe an enclosed, it wasn't an enclosed porch, but it was almost like a sunroom. We've removed that and we've just gone back to a traditional language there. And these are just some larger elevations to show you how they look. Once again, we're proposing traditional materials, with siding, aluminum side windows. And one thing that changed on the overall height is originally we were proposing that those structures sit lower than the existing structure, but when we changed the massing of the roof, it, now we're back right at the same height as the existing structure. And you can see, this is from Spring Street looking down that court and looking at the two structures proposed here. And this is that piece that sticks out from behind when you're looking at it from Spring Street on the opposite side. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? All right, Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
I've just had some observations based on the previous board motion. The massing appears to be more vertical. The fenestration has been unified. The staff would suggest adding additional fenestration on the east elevation. And staff appreciate the relocation of porches for previous staff comments. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with any board conditions and preliminary final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Ashley, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments and recommendations?
No, we're happy to consider more fenestration on these elevations.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. So move into board discussion and a vote.
He's addressed what the board's concerned for.
But I'm okay with the increase in height because I think that massing is much better.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the first and middle, I mean, my thoughts was it was a little boxy and she's broken that up.
I felt, that it really doesn't read as a court. I think it does read as rearward additions, but I do appreciate the fact that there's been a lot of effort put into architecturally making this work much better than previously, and that the design has diminished the visual mass. Built. I still struggle a little bit with this idea that you can take a driveway and turn it to a court, and therefore you eliminate the possibility of following sort of the standard rules for rearward additions. But I know that there's a lot of that. I did a Google overview of that part of town, a Google overview and surrounding that building. Certainly examples of that's the direction that's going in. I think it's a good direction. I'm just saying that's the direction it's going.
Do we have some consensus on a motion?
Make a motion, conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff.
We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval of preliminary and final review by staff. Do I have a second to Bill's motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Daryl. I'll put the motion to a vote. Laura?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes for the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, agenda item 11. Wait, did I skip? I did skip.
You skipped Ashley.
Which agenda item 10, 82 Alexander Street. Frankie, give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
82 Alexander Street in the Garden District, Council District 4. It is not surveyed for new construction in the old and historic district, requesting conceptual approval for a new single-family dwelling. This is the property's location on Alexander Street. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
I'm Ashley Jennings. I'm the architect on the project with you tonight, Roger Trail. Hi. We are back with you again after some comments and some changes in the site plan. This is 82 Alexander Street. It is a vacant lot on Alexander Street. When we were with you last time, you approved the removal of the brick wall that fronts the property. And a lot of the discussion had to do with the height of the building that is on the south side, because it is category 2 structure. And one of the things one of the comments was, we don't need to be exceeding the height of that building. We didn't know that was an ordinance item, so we've learned that, and now we are accommodating that. So these are sandboard maps. There's also some discussion about the density of the development on the proposed density of the development on the property, but I think the board decided that they were comfortable with the density. This is the site plan as we're proposing it, and I'll go over what the comments were from the previous now and how we've addressed them. So some of the comments had to do with the amount of paving on the site, the way that the rooftop element related to the rest of the structure. There was a bay on the back of the building that was enclosed space over a porch. There was some discussion about the way that was delineated and the way that it was designed. And we've taken all that into account. We've actually reduced the footprint of the building, and we've also reduced the size of the site. After we got this presentation ready for the last BAR submittal, the adjacent neighbors on this side came back with a proposal to change the plat. So my clients, what they thought they had for a lot has changed. And so we've lost about 1'6" or something like that over on this side of the property. So the building has shifted over a little bit. We're still able to accommodate everything that we wanted to on the site. But the site plan has changed, and my clients have accepted the change that the adjacent neighbors proposed. And you can see that here with the location of this existing pier, the change in the plat actually uses the edge of the existing pier as the site marker. So now this is the existing pier on the proposed site. Once again, there was a discussion about the amount of paving on the site. We reduced the amount of paving. There was also a little bit of discussion about this element here, and you'll see how that's changed in the elevations. And as you can see, we shifted this piece a little bit further back on the building. We've reduced the back of the structure a little bit. And this porch element now is just a 1-story element. It's a larger version of the site plan. And the existing and proposed, and you can see the changes of the structure. So what was a 2-story element on the back is now just a 1-story porch. And we've also reduced the size of the rooftop element as well. And one of the things that my clients were like is the elevator on the building, which means that we've lost this little piece right here as well. You can see this is actually not, this is the first and the second floor, not the third floor in the plan. Third floor in the roof plan. And here you have all of your existing and proposed on one sheet from Ms. Altman. So we can see one of the comments had to do with the overhang on the rooftop element and how it kind of exceeded the parapet wall of the lower portion of the structure. And we've actually just reduced the scale completely of that rooftop element so that it's a little bit smaller, a little bit quieter. And you can see how that relates now. This element on the back of the building was another point of contention. The way it was delineated, we removed that, and it's a 1-story porch now. And there was also a comment about the garage looking suburban, and I would love to live in a suburban area that had a garage that small because we could only fit one car. But we, one of the things that was, an issue was the dormer on that element, and now we've reduced the dormer comes down and it sits lower on the front of that structure. And these are just some larger versions of the elevations you can see here. This is a stucco over masonry proposed structure. The element on the roof is a wood frame structure, but a board and batten is what we're proposing right now for conceptual approval. And then this is the garage. And once again, you can see that dormer and the way that we've changed the dormer. We've also raised the door, the height of the doors, and shown the strap hinges and the other information that needs to be shown in those doors. But once again, you can see it's just a single car garage. Some more detail. A streetscape so that you can see that our building is lower than the category 2 structure to the south. And some streetscapes. And that rooftop element sits pretty far back on the building, so once again, it's not as visible as you would think it would be from the street. And I'll just look at there. Having any questions?
I wasn't here for the first go round, so I might be asking things that have already been answered, but is this stucco over masonry or over wood substrate?
Stucco over masonry.
So you'll get that nice depth of the windows.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Kate Tilly, Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF appreciates the overall height of the building has been reduced. However, we remain concerned about the third floor. As currently designed, it appears more as an addition than an integrated component of the overall composition. We recommend further study of that rooftop terraces and the third level.
Is there anyone else speaking?
Just one of us. Totally. Good evening. My name is Aaron Aiken. I'm actually the owner on the north side. So I do appreciate a lot of the design elements that or how the design is progressing. And we do appreciate the owners and the architect working with us on a number of things that we have brought up. However, while we appreciate the incorporation of a lot of the design elements, specifically the restudy on the north side of the structure that faces us, specifically eliminating some of those windows to alleviate some of our privacy concerns and bring it more in line with the quantity and placement of other houses in the neighborhood. We still have significant reservations regarding the proposed third floor. The penthouse, as I believe it was called during the last BAR meeting, with the dual walkout terraces. I think is very atypical for the neighborhood of the Garden District, specifically our street on Alexander is really homogeneous with a lot of Charleston singles with south facing piazzas and porches and windows, which really allowed for for the continuity of the character of the neighborhood, and two, for the privacy of neighbors next door, and allowed for a lot of those homes to be built in such close proximity. We agree with the Historical Charleston Foundation and some of the other comments that have been submitted that this submission be deferred with further restudy of the third floor.
Thank you.
And now we can go to sleep.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frank, you could give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, staff had some observations in response to the previous board motion. This space that's been created between the second floor windows and the top of the parapet feels a little awkward. The area of the hardscape has been reduced, and the overall height has been reduced to be lower than 80 Alexander. Rear porch has been restudied. Staff conditions for approval would just be we recommend adding some detailing above the second floor to reduce visually that space. The staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and preliminary and final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Ashley, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
Sure, I'd love to. First of all, we're happy to study the detailing at the top of the parapet wall. I just want to mention that when we left a meeting last time, we got good feedback on the walkout terraces. That was not, I didn't feel like we got any questions from the board about that rooftop element being a viable option and from a design perspective. And as far as the architectural direction of that element that's on the roof, I'm not going to call it a penthouse, but the element that's on the rooftop, I'd love to have some feedback as to whether it needs to be lighter and smaller and different, or whether the board feels like it needs to be heavy and stucco.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and vote. Daryl?
Well, I just had a couple of comments and one of them was same as staff. I thought there's a lot of space between the top of the windows and the parapets, and I see that it's roughly 4.5 feet, 4 feet 5 inches between the roof deck and the parapet. So that could obviously come down and the windows could come up. So in respect to that, that's my only detail that I'm struggling with. If there's more or terraces or an issue, that might be. We didn't say they couldn't have them on the last go round.
I think it was deferred last time, right?
Was it? I don't really. Yeah, well, I'm sure it was because.
Yeah, it was. It was back on the conceptual. It was. And we
did.
And there may not have been a hard no on monitor. Roof clearly. I'm still struggling with it. Personally, I think it's unrelated to the rest of the architecture of the building. And I do think it's odd in that neighborhood. There were awful, I read through all of the comments and there were a lot of comments from neighbors in the community about the monitor or the penthouse or our term. And I think at least the way it's drawn now, I understand the concern. I think it's sort of unrelated to the rest of the architecture of the building. The only other comment I had about it was the same one that staff had. That is, there seemed to be a lot of space and at the top of that building needed detailing. But I am struggling with that monitor on the top from the relationship of that architecture to the rest of the architecture of the building and to the architecture of the neighborhood. And I'm not saying you couldn't have access up there somehow, some structure, but that one, I'm struggling.
Is it the actual third floor, or is it the terraces that are?
Or the parapet and small roof versus a typical single house?
Well, and it's not, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily, I think the overall direction of the building is probably, it's okay. I think it's attractive. It's got, and I think the third floor appendage does not relate to the architecture of the rest of the building. You just, it would be, I think, odd to see that structure on top of that building, and particularly in that neighborhood. So there are other buildings in that neighborhood that this architecture is reflective of in the height, scale, mass, and I think in general architectural direction, except for the rooftop element. So that's my issue with it.
Like I said, I wasn't here for first review, but, if it wasn't said to eliminate that element, I think we're kind of far into this to be asking him or actually to eliminate it altogether. I think she's done a good job of scaling it back. As far as, I think it needs to read as something light, you know, I don't think it needs to be, I don't think it needs to be stucco like the rest of the building. It's true what you said, there are no, I don't know of any other ones in the neighborhood like this. I know of other ones like this around downtown, but not this particular neighborhood. But, like I said, I wasn't here for the first meeting, so I don't know if it was said strongly said to eliminate it altogether or to, if it was okay. And if it was okay, she has scaled it back. It's just maybe it's the fenestration that needs to be looked at. Maybe the parapet. I think lowering the parapet is going to expose it more. When you're standing on the street in street view, it's not going to be as prominent as what it looks like in elevation.
Right, perspectives really help.
Perspective really help.
No, I don't think lowering the parapet, I think the parapet just needs detailing at the top.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Space is
I agree with that.
blank.
Yeah,
I think
there's
it
a-
needs detailing.
yeah,
I
there's
don't
a lot
think
of-
that- Other than that, I don't think there's anything wrong with the parapet. A lot of space between the second floor, top, second floor windows in the parapet. That could be probably.
Yeah.
Corrected by a little modifications, fenestration, or even just some appropriate detailing at the top that would reduce that. Reduce that mass. I find that is a real problem.
So is it only the
Easily adjusted, but for me, it's the third floor element.
It's the terrace.
Yeah, well, right. Well,
The terrace or the third floor element.
but the third floor element, I think, that when you say that the terrace, I mean, it's the it's the penthouse,
Right.
for lack of a better term. I refer to it as a monitor, but it's actually not a monitor.
So is it just the massing of the third floor that you're struggling with, or the?
I think that, I'm not saying you couldn't create something up there that would work. I'm not about to suggest how to design. That one does not.
If it were pushed, she's pushed it back some. She said,
It's
I
way
wasn't
better
here
than
and
the first.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wasn't here, so I apologize if I bring up something that's already been discussed and moved on with. But if, from the perspectives, it's not super visible, but if it were pushed further back, would that help you?
Probably be,
So
it would be less visible from the
at
street.
least from the street.
Perspective back a little bit. But,
I agree with Bill, though. I think we're far enough along. I don't think at the last meeting we said no rooftop element. And it is an improvement from the last design.
It has a very low slope roof on the top. I wouldn't encourage a flat.
But I think with the pushback, like it is, or maybe even a little bit more, maybe there could be some study of that. I think that the overall mass and general architecture direction are a good complement between the single houses on the left and the bigger house at 80 Ashley. It's just that one little roof element that maybe needs to be restudied, and maybe we could go ahead and give conceptual approval.
I was gonna
With
ask.
restudy and maybe bring it back here for preliminary, would that help you? Or,
I don't remember, I'm only one vote. I say that.
well, I'm trying to balance, since I wasn't here the previous one, I don't want to.
I appreciate the desire for consensus, but we don't always have to have consensus.
I would support that.
But I think
And
all of
bring it
the other
back.
changes that have been made have all been very, very positive changes.
I agree.
So we're saying some additional detailing of the parapet to address that space between the second floor windows and the top of the parapet. Or the railing, whatever you want to call it, knee wall. And to study the third floor massing to maybe, you know, make it even a little less visible from the street. Do you have thoughts, Daryl? You can make a motion. I don't have to.
Nothing additional. I- Someone brought up the point about if you pull the parapet down, then the third story form is more obvious. So maybe that's not the way. Maybe it's just detailing the parapet
Yeah.
and raising the windows a little too.
Yeah. Okay, so I will try to make a motion and we can adjust if we need to. I make a motion for conceptual approval with a board condition to study the detailing of the parapet wall and the space between the windows and top of the parapet. And for continued study of the third floor mass to see if we can make it a little less prominent from the streetscape.
Oh, I guess we've adopted the staff condition, so.
Kind of.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. For conceptual approval with some board conditions. To detail the parapet wall, the second floor parapet wall. Yeah. Study the spacing between the windows and the top of the parapet. And restudy the third floor massing to make it less prominent from the streetscape.
And I think it can go for preliminary and final with
staff.
Staff.
Okay. And then preliminary and final review by staff. All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Daryl. I'll put the motion to a vote. Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
Daryl,
In favor.
Fillmore.
For clarity, I voted for the referral last time, hoping that this would come back with a pretty substantial adjustment on that monitor. So to avoid confusion this time about board consensus, I will vote nay opposed.
Thank you. Okay.
The chair votes with the majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against.
And the perspective.
So I'm going, when I go back, I don't come back to the board, I'm going to staff.
Yes.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure.
That will be in the permit,
Okay,
but if you need to talk.
might need to be done. All right, thank you.
That help?
Yes.
Agenda item 11, 80 Ashley Avenue. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
80 Ashley Avenue is in Charleston Village, School District 8. It is not surveyed circa 1929 in the old and historic district. Requesting conceptual approval for exterior alterations in addition to historic structure.
Yeah, so give it the,
This is the property's location on Ashley. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. I'm Glenn Keys. So this building was built in 1929 as a gas station. As you know, there were many of those around Charleston, and some have been saved and adapted in various ways. This one has been vacant for 30 years essentially, and has been a kind of a blight on this corner of the neighborhood. So, and there's a reason for that. It's a very difficult site to work on. It's hard to deal with a small footprint. But a young couple bought this building, and so I'm working with the Historic Charleston, who has easement on it, and they want to put their offices into the building. He is a contractor, she's an interior designer. To show you the Sanborn maps, 1929 it was built. this is not the building came later in 29, but essentially by 44, that's the footprint that thing stayed the same throughout. But this is an interesting image. So this is the original office with one bay. And it had a standalone bay at the north end, and it been built in 1938. But pretty nice looking gas station. See how it's evolved. The way it looks today. Site plan for short, just all this open space. This has no roof on it. It's wide open. The building was been derelict for a long time. Fortunately, Historic Charleston stepped up a few years ago and purchased the building and stabilized the building, repointed up all the brick, and kept the roof kind of dry. So able to save it for someone could come on and buy it. Fortunately, someone did. It would obviously come with easement. So we're proposing that you still enter off of so this is going to be a driveway. This is really low, so it floods consistently. You know, nobody who lives over there knows this corner is always up to but we're going to elevate this sidewalk just a bit, raise the floor 8 inches to get us a little bit of breathing room. There'll be offices downstairs, a chauffeur, her fabric room really. Here upstairs, be his office, her office, conference room. So it's pretty minor addition, but it's always a challenge. What do you do with add on to the top of a gas station? How do you do it sensitively? I think and maintain the character of it. You know, that was a real design challenge for us. Without having the second floor, it's really not a viable project. So we decided, well, you need to be bold and respect the building, but create something that's that we think will be an asset to the community, to the neighborhood. So the openings will be maintained. These will be steel doors. And people talked about the addition being too tall. Let me just show you that dotted line right there is the floor structure. We had to get above this tall arch and opening in the middle. And so that's where we had to start to build the second floor. And we have an eve height on that of 7 feet. It'd be hard to do anything less than that. And then just to make the architecture read, you know, it does, we kept it, we positioned the building behind the parapet. So we've respected the parapet wall. And so it sits behind there. And then we tried to pick up on the arched windows just as a reference. We're not trying to copy them. The siding will be copper cladding. The roof will be copper. So we have this copper kind of element sitting on top of this brick base, which we think will be attractive and an asset to the neighborhood. This is the other side. We've met with the neighbors and they've been fine. They didn't want windows on their side. After that. And you can see mechanical equipment. You know, you got to think about that. Where are you going for mechanical equipment? We're in the flood zone, so it has to be elevated. We put it here. The neighbor has a courtyard right there. We worked with him to push it as far out as we could. It's tall because of base flood elevation. So we thought we'd make an attractive louvered closure. In the building sections, you can see, so this is the front wall. So we've set that front back just to give it some breathing room and let it hold that facade. So We will be restoring the slate roof that's existing. The brick walls have already been restored. So we'd like to make this an asset to the community, and the owners are very excited about moving their offices here. And appreciate your approval.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Pete Utilities for Charleston Foundation. HCF is the current owner of 80 Ashley Avenue, and this property is under contract with the applicant, scheduled to close next month. We purchased this property in 2023 as part of our revolving fund because of the historic building was endangered due to demolition by neglect. As it is, the property presents several challenges for preservation and adaptive reuse. Getting its deteriorated condition for future of them, small size, residential zoning, and its architectural form as a service station. We are requesting the VAR's approval of this application. 80 Ashley was purpose-built as a commercial building in 1829, having originally served as a grocery, then a filling station, later as an office. Been vacant for the past 30 years. There have been a few unsuccessful attempts for adaptive reuse, most recently as a cafe, which failed because of concerns about the impact of the neighborhood. HCF chose to intervene using its revolving fund to purchase the property in order to prevent further deterioration and explore options for its rehabilitation. Furthermore, we strongly believe that vibrant cities offer a mix of properly scaled commercial uses within residential neighborhoods. We have completed minor stabilization of the structure, and we will resell the property with a preservation easement attached to the deed to protect the property in perpetuity. This easement will give HCF control over modifications to the property, its use and future uses to ensure compatibility with the neighborhood, and will supplement the city's control of the property through BZA and BAR. The applicant obtained a use variance from the BZA earlier this year to allow office use on the property. 4 parking spaces are required for that use. The rooftop addition being proposed today offers a practical approach to restoring the site's viability while minimizing disruption to its historic character. This setback from the facade, differentiated in material, is designed to preserve as much historic masonry as possible. Though a rooftop addition would not ordinarily be favored, North Charleston can appropriately support the utilization of the property's historic commercial use. A residential use would require the building to be elevated to conform to flood requirements, which would compromise the historic character of this building as a former gas station, and therefore this option was not a viable solution. While this is not a typical proposal, the property itself is far from typical. After remaining vacant for more than 30 years, this plan offers a path towards a rehabilitation and the preservation of this property long-term. We respectfully request approval of this proposal. Thank you.
My name's, excuse me, Heather Wilson. I live across the street from this property. And I'd just like to thank Historic Charleston for its tireless effort to save this remarkable building, to advocate for its commercial use, and most especially to maintain its relationship to our unique and intact streetscape. Regarding the design, I would like to thank the architect and the owner for preserving the small gable structure and restoring the slate roof intact. I understand and support the need for additional space on the second floor. However, I think the design is a little too similar to the historic elements, especially the window arches mimicking the garage doors. Copper cladding is a lovely distinction, and I hope that the roof form and fenestration can develop into something equally as unique and special. Thank you again to everyone who made this project possible.
Do you have anyone else speaking? Right. Just 1 minute, let Frankie give her city staff comments and recommendations. And then you can reply.
Sorry. Staff's observation, staff appreciate that the 3 bays follows the existing first floor layout. And while the proposed is not subordinate, staff feel it is more important for the building to be utilized in order to ensure its survival. Staff condition for approval, while we understand that the building will not be symmetrical in plan because of the setback, feel that the roof pitch should match on either side of the ridge, and we are recommending that they use the flatter pitch to allow for more headspace. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and preliminary final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Now, Mr. Keys, you can respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments.
I believe the Preservation Society submitted a recommendation as well.
They did. It was in the written comment prior to the meeting. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything?
I just thought that it might be read out loud.
Thought it was particularly long this time. Okay, this was the Preservation Society's comment. The PSC appreciates the applicant reaching out to us. We are conceptually supportive of this proposal. It will facilitate rehabilitation at this unique 1929 service station. We look forward to the long-awaited reactivation of this building and corner. And Mr. Hughes, did you want to respond to anything? Okay, all right. Public comment and the applicant presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
And I have one question I neglected to ask during your presentation. Have you thought about how you're going to do the copper cladding on the walls? What kind of system you're going to use there? Is it going to be horizontal, vertical? Is it going to be flat lock?
I gotten to that point. But,
Okay.
I don't think it'd be flat lock. I think we're going to have some seams and either vertical or maybe I don't know. We just haven't got.
I'm just curious because I think it's going to
Cladding would be distinctive from brick below copper to people marble patina over time with the roof and it kind of becomes more monolithic at the top.
I think it's how that gets done is going to have a visual impact. I was just curious.
Really happy to see something happen with this building, especially after the past few years.
I love this building. I worked on it when we were trying to get it through as a cafe, couldn't get it through zoning. So I'm just really excited about the potential. I think the copper and the change in material, but still being compatible, it just seems like the right fit.
Do we have a motion?
I do have one thing I would like to add. The area out front, I'm sure you just haven't gotten to this yet, Glenn, but if it could be made, designed in a way to where it looks as least like a parking lot as possible. Maybe using some sort of a nicer paving material, maybe not using typical things like concrete curbing, a low screen wall, like I brought up on the other project, I think would be great to sort of kind of soften the cars and also give a little bit of a street edge would be a great thing as well.
Did you want to spin that into a motion and or condition?
I will make a motion for conceptual approval, preliminary and final review by staff, with the condition that the parking area be studied. I don't know quite how to put this. So to read, I think Glenn knows what I'm talking about. To read
less like a parking.
To read that less like a parking lot and introduce a screen wall along both street fronts. And it doesn't need to be a tall one.
You said a knee wall?
Along,
okay.
Nothing.
All right. We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with a board condition.
Yeah, fine.
Conceptual approval with a board condition that the parking area be restudied to read less like a parking lot and to introduce a knee wall along both street fronts with preliminary and final review by staff. Do I have a second to Bill's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Laura. Put the motion to vote. Fillmore,
Yes.
Daryl,
Yay, in favor.
Bill,
Yay, in favor.
Laura.
Yay. in favor.
Chair vote to the majority and the motion passed unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 12-170 Whitworth Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
.170 Wentworth Street is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. It is a category 4, circa 1905 in the Old Historic District. requesting approval to elevate and add new rear addition. This is the property's location on Wentworth Street. I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. Compliments to all on their stamina and potential plans. I'm Julie Martin here representing our clients Ashley and Joshua Hughes. And we're requesting review of a renovation of their dwelling to include elevation of the structure for flood protection and a new rear addition. So the single house at 170 Wentworth was built around the turn of the last century. It first appears on the 1902 Sanborn map. And as was mentioned in the previous application, the flooding problems at this spot are well documented. Clients actually considered pulling up stakes and moving to higher ground, but in the end, they decided to commit to this property and to invest in its long-term preservation. They're active members of the neighborhood association, and their young family is growing, and they would like to stay here long-term. The current house is 1,484 square feet, and while they're elevating and renovating it, they would like to add on and take the size up to 2,312 square feet, which is still below average for the vicinity. And I will turn this over to Erin in a moment for her to give you our normal presentation. But for the second time in the past couple of months, and also the second time in the history of my office, which is about 18 years, I feel compelled to give you a little zoning related background to the well, actually, I'll stay right here. In this case, the zoning review process didn't really change our design, which is good. It just sent us down a winding path that, once again, does not really make sense to us, whereby we were forced to lop off this existing stair, which normally we would have proposed to extend to the grade after we elevate it, in order to proceed. So I guess I won't get too deep into the weeds about the technicalities, but essentially there are a couple of neighbors 2 or more doors away and or across the street who would like to prevent this elevation and addition from happening. And the stair extension became a weird technical linchpin in the calculations. With the stair included, our request was sent to the board, and somehow the zoning board was persuaded to deny the addition. But without the stair, zoning staff was able to approve the addition because the ordinance allows this addition. In your materials, you have letters of support, I believe, from the immediate neighbors and several other nearby neighbors, some of whom are here today as well and might want to speak. It's possible we'll need another extra couple of minutes if possible. And we just received this afternoon an email from the president of the neighborhood association, who's careful to say that he's not speaking on behalf of the neighborhood association, but he just wanted to express his support for what we're doing. So I'll just pass that around. And now, so maybe you can share with Frankie. Hopefully we will return at some point to reintroduce the masonry stair where one should clearly be. And I will go to the site plan here and point that out. So there is currently a stair at the end of the piazza taking the occupants to their backyard. And we, for those technical and comprehensible reasons, needed to remove that from our scope of work in order to get zoning staff approval for this addition, which is again fully compliant with the ordinance, and proceed here tonight. Yeah, so for the time being, no rear stair, and as drawn, our clients will have to go out to the sidewalk and make a U-turn in order to access their back garden. But that technical change allows us to proceed, and I will turn it over to Erin now for the regularly scheduled programming.
Good evening, board members. I'm Marilyn here with Julia Martin Architects. As Julia mentioned, we believe this house was constructed around 1890. So it first shows up on the 1902 Sanborn map where it's depicted as a two-story home with a two-story piazza and one-story rear accessory structure. So I'm going to skip back to again, the Sanborn maps there. Research into the history of the property was not terribly fruitful, but the rear of the structure appears to be an early addition, distinguished by the corner boards still present and the transition from a gable roof front to the parapeted low slope roof at the rear. Additionally, the house was clearly renovated at some point in the past, resulting in the cantilevered second floor porch infill and removal of a portion of the second floor rear piazza. These are some aerial views and photos of the neighboring properties and immediate vicinity to illustrate the overall context, and in particular, the significant variation in building sizes, heights, and setbacks. The red asterisk is our house at 170 Wentworth. I think it's clear that this is certainly one of the more diminutive structures on the block, both in height and overall footprint. As you can see on the site plan, this property is like many in downtown, and that the strict application of the zoning setbacks effectively prevents reasonable use of the lot. Still, we did everything we could to design our addition within the bounds of these setbacks and the exception provided for the ordinance. As designed, the new addition will be minimally visible from the right-of-way, and the overall footprint is well below the allowable lot coverage. Furthermore, the rearmost point of the proposed addition is 40 feet away from the rear property line, where only a 25-foot setback is actually required. This is the existing and proposed first floor plan. At the historic mass, the new stairs required by the elevation will be recessed into the piazza as is traditionally done, and we will swap the locations of an existing door and window so that the door is not floating over these new stairs. All the other fenestration on this level will remain as is. The new addition will house the kitchen and provide some much needed pantry and storage space along with views of their garden from the dining room bay. At the second floor, changes again are largely interior, but we are grateful that our clients were willing to eliminate the bathroom infill and restore the full piazza. With the new addition, their new bathroom is located at the rear where it will be minimally visible. The next slide simply illustrates the roof configuration, which is currently a gable at the front with a low slope parapeted roof behind. The roof of our hyphen will step down below the parapet, provide a clean break from the gable of the new addition, which hides the low slope roof of the rear bay. These are some local precedent images that speak to the detailing and character of the proposed design, as well as a few examples of other sister houses that have been elevated. Moving to the elevations, these are the existing and proposed south and west elevations. But in order to comply with FEMA and the city's flood zone requirements, the house must be lifted 4.5 feet. We are requesting 1 additional foot of height for several reasons. In keeping with previous requests before this board, the extra foot would make the difference in being able to walk under the house and use that area for unconditioned storage or have it be completely wasted space. There would not be a generous amount of headroom down there, but with just over 6 feet, it would be workable. Additionally, the driveway is quite narrow and currently requires a passenger to get out the sidewalk before pulling in. The additional foot of height, in conjunction with allowing space under the piazza to remain open, would make it much easier to enter and exit their car in their driveway, which is particularly important with young children. And lastly, the extra height at the foundation wall actually serves to improve its proportions and aesthetics by allowing for fenestration rather than simple recesses or a solid wall. To put this request into perspective, we are asking for the height that would have been required had they chosen to elevate the home when they bought it in 2020. This is also the height that the powers that be have determined is required for new homes to be built to today. And is certainly reasonable given the context of this block and this neighborhood, which include a variety of building heights and sizes, many of which are significantly larger and higher than what we are proposing tonight. Architecturally speaking, the historic mass of the home is preserved and in keeping with historic precedents of the streetscape and is improved by removing the non-historic porch infill. The addition is sensitively attached by a hyphen and simple and quiet in its details. The roof of the addition is almost 19 feet back from the historic gable roof form, and the ridge is 16.5 inches lower. The rearmost portion, a projecting bay, is light and glassy and steps back to be as minimally visible as possible.
Karen, you got about a minute left.
These are the existing and proposed east and north elevations. North elevation is not visible and the east elevation is in keeping with north side manners and building code requirements, which limits fenestration permitted on a zero lot line. This is the existing and proposed streetscape, which I think makes it clear that the elevation of this home will certainly fit in with its immediate surroundings. And further to that point, this is an aerial view of the vicinity with the current structure shown in white and the new addition in orange. This is not an enormous addition, as many neighbors would like you to believe. The overall footprint is still very modest in comparison to the majority of homes on this block and in line with historic precedent and development patterns. Julia will hand out an annotated version of this aerial view to further clarify the homes of neighbors speaking tonight, as well as the finished square footage of homes in the vicinity for comparison. And I will just end with our renderings, which I believe highlight the quality and character of the proposed design. Our clients really love living in this neighborhood and are taking a major step to preserve this home. We hope the board will agree that this is a reasonable request that addresses not only the issue of flooding and livability, but the inherent need for historic properties to sensitively evolve and grow to meet the needs of their occupants.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? Who's first?
In favor, sorry, in favor.
Oh, either one. Go ahead. And if people want to go ahead and line up behind us.
Heather Wilson again from the same block, 173 Wentworth. As I mentioned previously, this block remains in its original configuration, so seeing this request breaks my heart. Not only as a neighbor, but as a longtime resident of Charleston. The city is working more productively on a solution. And for example, the knee wall in Lockwood is about to begin. Our home's first floor is merely inches above the street, so I understand the pressure as well as anyone. I hope the city can save itself in full before more streetscapes will be irrecoverably destroyed. But with regard to this request specifically, I understand that the scope of the renovation requires FEMA compliance. However, not 1 inch more. The additional foot is that much more destructive to our street, especially in relation to the sister houses. The additional foot creates a lower level of accessible, albeit unconditioned space, which would more than double the building area ratio of the property, which is a massive change to this small lot. It is important to recognize this request is not just for the ground floor, but also for 35 linear feet of a 3-story addition. I've shown you, we've modeled the proposed renovation and shown it overlaid into the photograph from the neighbor's yard. I'm not opposed to an addition. I just think it should be more sensitive to the scale of its environment. In addition to the streetscape, this request has a burdensome impact on the interior of the block where there's a thriving and light-filled garden space. The space is important to those who've lived there for 30 years and will be important to those who live there for 30 years from now. I contend that this lot and this block cannot and should not withstand such a massive change. We all know Charleston is under tremendous pressure with her limited housing stock and ever-growing population and wildly increasing valuation. We live in these historic homes as stewards and have been here, they have been here long before us and will certainly outlast us. I ask that the board evaluate this request, not only those that live here now, but also for those that will live here in the future.
Good evening. My name is Matt Hubble. I'm here with my wife, Susanna. We are at 166.5 Wentworth. You're going all the way down the block from the gas station tonight. And we have lived there since we bought into the house in 1997. Susanna actually lived there before that. So we've had 30 years of history there, raised our kids there, and we've poured our resources and our love and our care into this home for all these years. We appreciate you listening to our objections tonight. They're strong objections to the massive scale of this addition that's going to have a great negative impact on our property, on the beauty of our neighborhood and the historic character of these homes. We think it's not sympathetic and it's not respectful as required by the Charleston standards. It's not respectful to the historic single homes or to the neighbors. From our perspective, which you see in Heather's exhibit that's looking out of our windows, we're gonna see, instead of beautiful light-filled gardens that have been there for over 100 years, you're gonna see a blank towering 3.5-story wall that looks like an apartment complex. Understandably, this plan for a maxed out addition has drawn all sorts of objections from the neighbors. We've submitted letters and I've made some extra copies, if I may, of the filed letters for the board's convenience. There's a folder for each one of
These
you.
submitted to the city?
Those are all filed, yes.
Oh, okay.
Those were all provided.
Those are just extra
Yep.
ones. And
Yep.
I also received one more from Claire Batten and Jim McGivern, who live across the street.
Yeah, that's what the big
That's an
stack is.
extra one. Thank you. So there have been a lot of objections, as you can see in Heather's exhibit. This is painful. We go from beautiful light-filled gardens to looking at this modern-looking development. And we're very concerned, as the neighbors have expressed, and I know the applicant has relied on the fact that his adjacent next door neighbors have agreed. A number of responses to that, I think, number one is, normally that's a really good thing. But here, I think the meaning is actually different. The meaning is, if you approve a 3.5-story addition, they want to do the same thing. And that's going to happen sooner or later. And the whole block is going to be overdeveloped, and the historic charm and character will be gone forever. So we have filed letters with you that are very strong. And also, the applicant has brought up the zoning hearing that took place in this room. And I think that's very important, because actually the takeaway from that meeting was that the board unanimously decided that the negative impact on the historic character of the neighborhood merited denial of their special exception. And that's the takeaway from that meeting. So they agreed with us. My wife Susanna would like to speak.
Yes, I'm Susanna Hubble, and I have lived there for 30 years, and I dearly love it. My house has windows facing down the western side, and it is absolutely beautiful to be in my home in the late afternoons, most especially in the wintertime when the golden light pours through the windows. I'm an artist, I'm sensitive, I've painted those scenes in my house many times. I've enjoyed it. I've never taken it for granted. It's something that I love every day. I fear with almost certainty that if this passes, our neighbors that are, between us will follow suit and do the same thing. We will be blocked in. It will be like an apartment complex back there. And the natures of Charleston Village is a little bit quirky, and it's a little bit, back and forth. But we have this beautiful, airy space that we enjoy the environment of in the back. And to take that away would just be terrible. We don't need to build out every inch of Charleston. I think preserving some of these hometown beautiful areas is worth it. And I just want you to know that you can't approve, it's impossible to approve this massive scale for them and not directly take something away from us that we have enjoyed and valued for all these years. Thank you.
And to wrap up, I wanted to emphasize that we have an objection from a neighbor that is also an adjacent neighbor to 170 Ashley on the backside. This is from Mark and Diane McCall. I think it's a very important objection because it covers a lot of territory. Their property runs all the way down the backside of all these single houses that we're talking about here. And so that includes 170, 174, 172, and 168. So running all down behind from that gas station area. And they will be directly impacted if all of these beautiful gardens are developed into these 3.5-story maxed out addition projects. And so please look at their letter, and we appreciate your consideration of those objections. So thank you for considering our objection individually, and also for thinking about the precedent that this will set, because I think it's a fact of life now in Charleston that if this is approved at a 3.5-story level, then it's going to be done, and it's going to forever change the whole block for the worse, as the BZA found when they denied the special exception. They also made specific comments that it was unreasonably over intensifying the construction, and that it was harming the aesthetic character of the environs, to give you the exact terms that are used in that ordinance. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am Willie Comfort. I live at 172 Wentworth Street, the direct neighbor to Josh and Ashley. Couple things that we are kind of coming to light on this situation is that we are almost to sea level in some of the flooding that we have occurring. The last couple storms we had water into our crawl space, and that is a major issue for us on our street. With that being said, the rising sea levels do increase the height of the house. As a direct neighbor and have a very similar driveway, I do understand the safety and risk of it having to let someone out on the sidewalk instead of in your own driveway. Where being a foot higher than kind of what they're allowing for is is a safety aspect to the family who's going to have young children at some point soon. We do really enjoy Josh being in the neighborhood. He is part of the neighborhood, and we really like to see him stay in the neighborhood. By building a larger house and being able to have his family in his house. So thank you very much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Brian Leisman. I live at 174 Wentworth Street. So I live 2 down from Josh and Ashley, between the gas station and Bill and Josh. Just piggybacking on what Will just said in terms of the last few storms being an issue, raising a home is a big undertaking, and Josh and Ashley are willing to do that. I'm happy that they're able to find a way to stay in the neighborhood with a growing family, and the 1,400 square feet to 2,300 square feet. Like has been said, it'd still be average or below average for the block. And again, they are pillars in the community, really, and vice president of the neighborhood association, and we're really happy that they are able to find a way to make it work. And I believe that the overall design of the project is within the neighborhood and the block guidelines as well. So that's really all I have. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Brandon Gaskins. I have the privilege of being the attorney of the owners, but I also work down the block. That's where my office is. And while I do not doubt the genuineness of some of the comments and opinions of the opposition, I think they are clearly hyperbolic, in some cases hypocritical, when you see that some of these neighboring homeowners have larger and higher houses than what is being proposed. But more importantly, their criticisms or points of opposition are belied by the information of the record. By any objective standard, the addition is subordinate to the existing structure and will be compatible with the other homes in the neighborhood, both from a height and scale or and mass perspective. I am sensitive and appreciate your mission of preservation. But I believe if you deny this application and other reasonable applications that come after it, you will not be fulfilling that mission of preserving the city as a place where families can live, grow, and thrive, but will instead be accelerating the transition of this neighborhood to an area that is an enclave for wealthy retirees and absentee homeowners. So for that reason, I would urge you to approve this application.
Thank you. My name is Thad Wilson. I live at 173 Wentworth. You've heard from my wife to clarify a few things. We've been there since 2019. We're in the house right across the street. I'd like to just stress a couple of things that have been specified already. One, just topic of zoning. Just want to make sure this is really clear. The BZA ruled on this zoning issue because the applicant brought it to the BZA to say we'd like a special exception. Applicant knew that the BZA had to rule to give the special exception on the aesthetic character of the environments. That was requested by the applicant. They asked for that determination. They didn't just, BZA did not just lob that in on their own. It was a self-inflicted, self-requested determination. Hope that makes sense. And they ruled unanimously that it was not helpful to the community, or not, sorry, the neighborhood. Secondly, I don't think this is really y'all's concern, but since it's been brought up a number of times, I keep hearing about family and the need of a growing family and the need of a bigger house. Just for the record, I would like y'all to know that since I've been there, I believe since applicant's been there, 3 houses on this exact same block that are larger, that are elevated, have traded. 3 houses. 2 of those have small kids in those houses. So the concept that you have to make this house bigger, raise this house, because you need a growing family is inaccurate to the record, what happened on the street. We, or I should say I don't speak for my wife. I could support a reasonable addition, a reasonable height increase, but to ask for another foot, which compounds the height going up further, so that the applicant can have more space and walk under their house, that's for lack of a better word, selfish against the historic nature of the homes. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate y'all's service. Hope you find it in you to reject the application. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Yes, ma'am. Staff had some observations. One, this was approved for zoning compliance review for the proposed addition. The addition's encroachment into the east setback as delineated on the site plan meets the provisions of the section listed here for granting an exception to the east side setback requirements. I asked the zoning administrator for what the zoning approval was. The board has typically been approving an additional foot above DFE in these cases, and staff appreciate the windows which are being added on the front elevation at the base. The rearmost portion of the addition has limited visibility from public right of way, and we also appreciate the removal of the piazza bathroom addition. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff and permit documents.
Thank you, Frankie. Julia, Aaron, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment, staff comments? Go back if
First of all, this is not a development. This is a young growing family that has lived here for 5 years and wants to make reasonable adjustments to their home. They do not want to have to elevate it. They don't have a choice, and that's the world that we live in. This is also not a land grab. Everything proposed complies with the zoning ordinance and the height district for this area. The ordinance allows for 50% lot coverage, which we are still well below. The proposed addition results in a home that is essentially the same length as the existing single house to the west, which somehow has managed to not ruin the neighborhood. Nor did it ruin the neighborhood. So would you mind sharing these board maps? When the homes at 88 Ashley, which submitted the letter of proposal, and 1.5 Wentworth were constructed in what could surely be described as out of scale with the existing houses already present, such as 170 Wentworth. It's odd that a group of neighbors who live in substantially larger homes than this one and purchase properties next to homes that are substantially larger than this one are suddenly bothered by the height and scale of what is a very modest addition to a very modest home, as is evidenced by the aerial view of the block. If this neighborhood is occupied by a variety of homes of different sizes and scales, It is not clear to me how this addition somehow uniquely ruins it, particularly when it is minimally visible from the public right of way. To suggest that this house will tower over its neighbors is not even close to accurate. Not only that, but the immediate neighbors of 170 Wentworth support our design and in all likelihood will one day need to be elevated just like this one. At the previous hearing, Mr. Wilson said that if the home isn't good enough how it is, then the Hughes should just move elsewhere. I think it's pretty clear that if the neighbors in opposition can't handle reasonable expansion of a small house several lots over, then perhaps they are the ones that need to be moving to Johns Island. Board members, the neighbors immediately adjacent and most impacted by our proposal support our client's desire to elevate and add to their home. The neighbors that are opposed have no justifiable reason and are simply doing the bidding of a friend that lives across the street from the property in question. Thank you.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
If this project had happened before January 31st of 2021, it would have probably had to go much higher than what they're proposing. The flood zones changed then, and I have a building downtown and it actually came down 4 feet. So I don't see the height as.
Plus, if it was new construction, it would have 2 feet freeboard, and that's what they're essentially asking.
That was my second point, is if it was new construction, it would be required to go another 2 feet higher. So I think asking that extra foot, I mean, I did it 2 months ago, so I certainly don't think it's selfish. You meet the lot coverage, right? So I think it's our job to evaluate it on height, scale, and mass.
Let's look at the elevations.
Yeah, and look at
And
the
the subordinates.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep in mind what the purview of this board is. If we can't tell someone they can't build something that complies with zoning as far as lot occupancy, setbacks, whatever. What's being proposed meets zoning. And also our purview is what's visible from the public right of way. It's we've run into this problem before with where neighbors are they're concerned about losing light or a view of a neighbor's garden. We have no control over that. Those are environmental factors that are out of our purview. So just to remember, our purview is what can be seen from the public right of way. And if it's allowed by zoning, the size is allowed by zoning. Our purview is to control how that looks, not whether or not it can be built or not. I think taking this in 2 bites, as far as I agree with Daryl on the elevating of the building. 1 foot is negligible. You won't even perceive it from standing out on the street. And the board's been very consistent. We've made a consistent policy allowing that extra 1 foot. So I'm not concerned about the elevating of the house. Many of these houses through here are going to have to be elevated eventually. It's just a fact of life living here in Charleston. And so I think the architect has done a good job as far as elevating the house is concerned. The additions, I think, work fairly well. I mean, from the little bit that we can see from the street, and they distinguish themselves from the main structure. They're not trying to muddy the original form of the historic body of the building. That still reads very strongly. So I think, and one other thing I'd like to add, I think I commend the owners for wanting to open up the piazza. That to me, that's a huge win for the neighborhood. They're taking a very ugly wart that hangs over the driveway off and restoring an open piazza. So I think that's another very positive change for this property. So overall, I'm happy with it.
I was gonna say, I agree. The perspective views are very helpful. It shows that it's minimally visible, and that you see that piazza and that single house the way it should be prominent. I think it's a very sensitive elevation, and going back to just the straight on flat elevations from the west. It meets all of our criteria.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that the BAR has more power than what we do. I mean, we're not a zoning board.
I think the design of the elevation is nice. Of course, opening the piazza is always extremely positive. And the additions going back, follow the rules that we generally apply. I particularly appreciate the fact that the hyphen is set below, the roof line in the cornice of the storage structure. And then that, as it goes further back, steps down again, which I think helps visually. It's not very visible. Helps mitigate the mass of the addition. I think it's and the extra foot we have regularly approved, and as Bill said, we do not have purview over livability issues. So that's not something that we have the authority to consider. I think this sort of checks all the boxes.
Want to make a motion? Or Lindsay, does you have any?
I have nothing to add. I'm in agreement.
I would make a motion for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for preliminary and final review by staff permit documents with a second. I'll put the motion to a vote. Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Laura?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes for the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 13, 95 America Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
I want to give the crowd a moment to speak.
Okay.
Um, 95 America Street is on East Side, Council District 4. It is a Category 4 circa 1880 in the historic materials demolition purview. They are requesting an appeal of staff decision denying windows. This is property's location on America Street. And I am going to turn this over to you now.
Good evening. My name is Brian Pine, the general manager of Renewal by Anderson. We're a new branch of that business operating out of Somerville. This is Logan, our VP of sales. And we're going to discuss our windows on a couple of projects tonight. First of all, just again, thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. My goal in this presentation is pretty simple, to align with your mission to preserve the historic character and architectural integrity of Charleston. My education is in history, and I'm very passionate about it. And it just so happens I sell windows now too. So it just kind of works out. Before I begin, I just want to clarify a critical point of information that impacts really the entire discussion. That Renewal by Anderson windows are not vinyl windows that you can find pretty much anywhere. They're a wood composite material called Fibrex, which behaves, installs, and presents more like traditional wood than any other vinyl product. So Fibrex is made of 40% reclaimed wood fiber and 60% thermopolymer binder. And because of that composition, it provides visual authenticity and structural stability of wood without the maintenance issues that come with Charleston's climate, humidity, etc. There's no vinyl cladding, no plastic-like appearance, solid engineered wood composite. And why that's important is that Charleston's historic district has unique demands: intense humidity, heat, rain, coastal influence, like everybody here is familiar with. Fibrex performs exceptionally well in those conditions because it resists rot, which is very, very common in the area when we're replacing windows. Resistant to swelling, warping, water intrusion, and issues that often will shorten the lifespan of a traditional wood window. At the same time, it maintains the authentic proportions, profiles, and sight lines necessary to preserve a home's historical appearance. One of the most important considerations for the board is that the replacement windows maintain the look of the original wood windows, and with Fibrex, we're able to replicate a traditional rail and style dimension, historic glass to frame ratios, true historic grille patterns, and the same shadow lines and aesthetics of the original wooden thatch. And the result is a window that is visually indistinguishable from wood from the street or sidewalk perspective. So, and you can see, we have a window example here. We also have a cutout, corner cut of one of our windows, if you would like to take a look at that. Suck around if you want.
Got it. So, you got to open part of it. And just pull. Good. There you go. That's your slope cylinder handrail.
So Fibrex windows actually protect the home's historic character by reducing long-term deterioration. And because the material does not rot, does not swell, it allows the structure to maintain its original appearance for a longer period of time and with less invasive maintenance. Meaning, you know, on the long term, there's going to be a lot less problems going forward with the windows, which would inevitably, if they were removed in place. It's also sustainable, which I think is really, really good. And an energy saving product. And it's sustainable because nearly half of the material is originating from reclaimed wood. So to proactively address a few questions you might already consider as, again, is it vinyl? Well, no. It's wood composite, solid, stable, and historically accurate in appearance. Does it match the historic look of the original windows? Yes. The profiles, proportions, and exterior details are designed to replicate traditional wood windows. Would it change the character of the facade? No. From a visual perspective, it maintains the same scale, depth, and design as original wood windows. Can it fit within Charleston's approved color palette? Yes, we offer multiple exterior colors appropriate for historic districts, including darker tones that don't work or distort Charleston's heat. So in closing, I want to reiterate that our goal is the same as yours, to protect and preserve the historic character of Charleston's home. You can see in this particular case, the age of the windows. Pretty evident that they're in need of replacement. Let's cover the street side. Top right, left. Bottom right. You can see some of the windows probably aren't the original ones. There's the back side of the home. And the example of the windows that would be going in their place. See a similar example right there. So in closing, I just want to reiterate, our goal is the same as yours: protect and preserve the historic character of Charleston's homes. Fibrex provides the authentic look of traditional wood with better longevity in Charleston's climate, which ultimately safeguards the appearance and the integrity of those historic properties for years to come. We respectfully ask for your approval of this material as a compliant option within the historic district, and we're here to partner with you in preserving the city's architectural heritage.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yes. And the information as I was running through the middle references about the windows to both FTL and GBL. Are these windows FTL or are they GBL?
These are full divided light. They're full divided light.
What does that mean?
Full divided light.
What does that mean?
I answered.
He's a lot more technical than I am.
I'm here for them.
To questions, yeah.
Okay, so
please, you can answer.
I can. Okay, so
The Windows design, again, Anderson being a 120-year-old window manufacturer, this window is designed to replace 100-year-old Anderson windows. So just as you expected any Anderson window, your design, your mullions, muttons, your grills, your grids, whatever you want to call them, we can do these anywhere from 3/4 inch up to 1 1/8 inch, full divided light. What you see here is an interior wood grill, so this has the interior wood with the GB. This one doesn't have a GBG, but we can put a grid between the glass with it as well. But if we do a full divided light, because with modern technology, having a dual pane, it's a simulates. You'd have a spacer bar in the middle.
Yeah.
That has, I forgot I had these. I'll reference the page for you in a second. It'll have the
But the windows you're proposing in this particular
Yeah, well,
instance are full divided light IG.
they will need to be full
Windows, so they are full
like
divided light STLs.
Not exactly like that, because
Because those look like grills between the glass.
Yeah, those.
those are, yeah.
That looks like a grid, that's an STL grid.
Correct, that's a group between glass. So again, as that shows, we have
It's a grid between the glass.
Yeah, so we have the ability, and the way we would build this is as a full divided light. So you can see it on that page, bottom right hand corner with the timing grids there.
Page 25.
Full divided light, that means there's a grid on each side, like a simulated divided light.
That's correct.
You're throwing out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're using different terms these days. Whatever
Yeah,
happened to
this kids these
SDL.
days, full divided light. So you have,
That's full divided.
that's a full divided, so you've got your
like it,
interior
yeah.
wood. It's like a simulated divided light.
Why'd you bring that one?
Because I didn't have a full divided light on me.
Okay.
So what?
Or then put the right pictures in the application.
Yeah, that,
Being that picture, maybe it was like, you're not gonna get it.
I get it, I get it.
Do you not go down to a 5/8 button,
We don't build it down to a 5/8.
which is more typical and traditional?
Yeah,
Just with
5
the
inch.
real narrows.
Yeah, narrow.
Yeah.
That's one of the problems, with IG. Replacement windows and whether they're, SDLs, applied or SDLs with individual, IG paint. Or like FTL, theoretically, and it's not really an FTL.
Yeah, a real FTL.
It's an overlay, but it's individual.
And we're in the question portion, so. More questions.
Well, my question was 5/8.
Yeah. Any other questions?
so this is like a notch down from the 400 series, is that? I mean, is that kind of what it is, or am I using the right words?
Yeah, no, you are. It's actually a great question. One of the most common questions we get. So the Anderson renewal package is the replacement arm of the Anderson.
It's a replacement.
So 400 series and A series and E series, those are all new construction windows, and those are put in a retrofit application. The challenge with the retrofit application is now you're tearing into the existing home. What this allows us to do on that sill, this window is designed so with a slope sill, so we custom designed the slope sill. So for instance, on an A and E or any fiberglass window that's out there, most replacement windows today have a flat sill. So, and full disclosure, I've been doing this for a long time and sat in front of a lot of historical boards, and I can tell you guys right now, my parents' house was built in 1862. I grew up in Indiana. The number one issue that you run into, and you've seen it in some of these pictures, when you put a lot of replacement type windows and they have a flat sill, and they set them right on top of that slope sill. So what happens is you end up losing 2 1/4 to 3 inches of glass at the bottom. This window is designed so that on that slope sill that I just had in my hand, this is sloped. We custom built this slope to sit on the existing sill. That prevents you from having that extra glass loss. It gives us a slope sill, so it looks original. It keeps the original aesthetic and sidelines of the house, the shadow as well, but while also giving the modern or the updated material that's maintenance free.
But if these are meant to go, you're gonna take out the sashes.
That's possible.
And then you put in this new unit inside the old gym, so you're reducing effectively the overall width. And then your trim is getting, or your perceived trim is getting wider.
Yes, great question. So if this window were to come out, I bet these are glued in. Those are supposed to be glued in. So in your, go back to that one.
So on your, okay, go back. So here you've got your exterior stop, that stop comes out. And when this window sits back in, that's where this sits, that's what this L trim, if I could pop this trim off, you'd see that. So
So
you,
that extra frame is trim. not
this is just
steel.
here for the demo, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get it off, it looks like this underneath there. So this sits back on that, on your exterior stop. So what happens is exterior stop will sit right behind that exterior stop. We don't touch the exterior trim. Lots of things we can do with it. We can clad it. We can do lots of things with it. Typically in this scenario, we don't. We just L trim to it. So we keep all your exterior wood in place. We don't touch the interior. We don't touch anything on the interior because it's right back against your inside stop. Which this does show that. So that this would be your inside stop. So you'd have your casing. It sits here, and it sits right back into that pocket. So that's what we call a pocket replacement. So we don't want to dig into, we don't want to pull everything out because it gets into, it's not good for the home, it's not good for the historical, and it certainly makes it a more complex issue.
You mentioned being able to match the historic styles and rails. Does that mean that you customize these, or that is the size?
That's the size, so 2¼ inches, what a traditional rail is on your styles. You've also got your mortise and tenon joints and stuff here. Again, something that you won't see in any other window. The rail here, in today's world, a lot of these rails they're rounded, they're beveled, they're really hard corners. So this is all designed, again, to replicate a wood window because that's what Anderson does. So if we put a tape measure in all these styles and rails and measured those wood windows, they'd be not exact because there's a lot of lead paint and, what's it? Glazing built up on those windows, but we'll do it.
So question, what you showed us in the picture that we didn't like, that was the glass. That was grills between glass?
Yeah, I think when Brian did that, he just wanted to put a picture of the finish in there, but yeah.
But what's in the application is grills between glass.
I'm sorry.
I think that's what, I'm looking at the order receipt and it's grills between glass. Was that,
Between glass is actually our for the next presentation that we have. These are fortified light.
Yeah, they'll have to be full certified, period. I wouldn't approve it unless it was full.
Okay, for 95 America, yeah, switching all window units to FDL grids. Does that make sense?
And switching all window units to FDL.
maybe I just was looking at the itemized order receipt. But maybe that's not the definitive what's proposed. I mean, I think as long as, anyways, we're in the question. Are there any more questions? Okay, thank you. Do I have anyone speaking?
Utility Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF respectfully request that staff decision be upheld. We always prefer replacement in kind when necessary and do not believe the proposed material appropriate replacement.
Is there anyone else speaking? Wait, Frank, you have to give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
I just have the observation that this cannot be approved static due to having vinyl components.
Thank you. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments before we move into board discussion?
I would just again clarify that it isn't a wood window. But again, this is a window that essentially took a wood product, compressed it, removed all the attributes of wood that cause it to rot. So again, got a longer term, a longer life material. It gives us the same look, feel of a wood window. So, when considering this, it's about the aesthetic and less about the material. And that was Anderson's purpose to build the window, is to give us something that was sustainable, longer lasting, maintenance free, energy efficient, and without having maintenance and the rot issues of wood. So again, considering the longevity aspect of this, and these windows have had so many years and years to come, and again, just simply put, it's not a vinyl window.
Thank you. All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. Move into board discussion and a vote.
exactly what you're saying.
This is.
I just, minimized definitely says girls.
I just want to make sure if
These
it's
are the kinds of things I look at for my clients, and so, yes.
This is
It's the little details, the actual itemized window by window says grills between the
I
glass.
know it does.
So
I just want to make sure whatever, if this is
you don't want
approved,
this person to order the wrong thing either.
Right.
No, yeah. It would be full time, I'm sorry.
My first observation is looking at photographs that a lot of those windows are restorable. And there's no window survey. There's no drawings indicating which windows are restorable and which ones need to be replaced. So there's no windows. But I know there's demolition only, but I don't think there's enough information here for me to make a decision on whether it's okay to wholesale replace every window in that building.
Never mind.
There's just not enough information. So.
I agree. It's not clear what windows are where, because we don't have the full on elevations.
Right, I mean, there are no elevations, they're just shots of the windows, and looking at the photographs, I'd say that window right there is probably only needs a little tuning up, it's not even, doesn't need, even need
He's looking at the bottom
restoration
left.
work, and that one, and that one. Now, there are a couple that clearly need a lot of work or replacement.
Yeah.
In the photographs, but there are a lot that look like they don't. So I just simply don't have enough information here to make a decision about wholesale replacement of all the windows in an 1880s house.
We're talking about an 1880s historic house, and we have a very strong window policy statement. It says wood windows, single pane, true divided light. And this is way off in the left field as to what we would ever approve. And the board has to follow its policy statements for consistency, or else we're gonna get, it's a slippery slope. If we're talking about a newer building, not an 1880s building, maybe so, like maybe the next application, but 1880s historic wooden Charleston single house, no way.
I agree with you, especially with mine. And I think you're right. If we don't follow our policy statements, it really is a slippery slope.
Yeah, and she needs to know stuff, so hang your head on. There's just simply not enough information here to make an informed decision.
Make a motion for denial.
We have a motion on the floor for denial. Do I have a second?
This is an appeal.
Oh,
of the staff
excuse me,
decision.
uphold, you made a
uphold.
motion to uphold staff's decision. Do you have a second to his motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Fillmore, with the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, but
the chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, but I believe you have the next application as well. So agenda item 14 is 115 Smith Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction, overview of the project, please.
115 Smith Street. It's in Red Cliff Borough, which is Council District 8. It is not surveyed circa 1968 in the Old Historic District. Again, requesting appeal of staff decision denying windows. And this is the location on Smith Street, and I will turn it over to the applicant.
Okay, well, I don't think you need me to go from the top, right? So it's been a long day, been a long one.
Start over.
Please don't.
Well, I think we talked about Fibrex quite a bit.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Think mine. So we talked about what is Fibrex and the difference between these projects. This is a grills between the glass, which is similar to what you would see in the picture that we had. This is an apartment building. We are looking at replacing the windows in 5 units for a total of 38 windows. So without having to go into all specifics about why Fibrex is a great material for these homes. Just want to go through these apartments, and you can see some of the windows have been replaced at some point with vinyl, which vinyl has its own unique set of problems with it. That's why we sell Fibrex replacement windows. And you can see the windows, many are likely original from the 60s. Understandably why the residents want to replace them. And so we are replacing them with the grills between the glass. And you can see it's for the apartments units 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. Ultimately, we've sold these windows a number of months ago, so it's been going through a long process, and I appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to talk about them. The windows in this case very much will look like that, except with the grills between the glass, as you can see in those books and in the sample picture as well. Color cutout virtually the same. I really don't have anything to add to the materials. It's your traditional check rail, grills between the glass, one of the more common windows that we sell that will be exceptional for durability, look, and endurance in our environment.
Any questions on this?
What if, do you know what the original windows are? Are they just single pane wood windows from 68, or are they something else?
I believe they're single pane wood windows. We have one of the residents here, though. I'm sure you could talk a little bit more about it.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Good evening. Your patience to work through all these today. My name is Bill Turner. Relationship, as far as I know. So probably no need to recuse. Let you know something.
This is my long lost cousin.
Just a couple of things. I know these guys have given you a lot of details here. This, as my understanding is, it is wooden single pane without just my observation and then working on them from time to time, changing out various pieces of glass. It does appear to be that way. Just a couple of things to mention. We are fairly well unified with 5 or 6 units in this building. As you probably saw, long, narrow, slender. I guess fairly recent building to Charleston standards. So 5 out of the 6 are going together to replace the windows. It's not 0 lot line on the front, so there is somewhat of a buffer that pushes it back, probably about 8 to 10 feet or so, to get a little pushback from the front visual. And because it's long and slender down either side, you don't get really a good view from the street of the back side of the building. You get a little bit more from the I guess the south side of the building. Really 4 windows for our front facing there. What faces toward the public from what you can see from Smith Street. So we would appreciate consideration of this product. We believe it's good. It's workable for us. I do know there were questions previously about condition of the windows. I can't speak for all of them. I know that I'm unit number 1, which is bottom floor front, and they are in bad shape. I don't know, to your question about whether it is replaceable or storable. I don't know the technicalities of that. I am an engineer, but I don't know that particular aspect of it. But that's it as far as the information I have to present. If you have any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Utility Historic Charleston Foundation, respectfully request that staff decision be upheld. We always prefer not very, not material appropriate.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments. recommendations, which I guess it's just.
Just have the same observations last time that was not a product that staff could approve.
All right, did you all want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments? Public comment and the applicant presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. So this is different. This is 1968.
Yeah, this is a little different from
There's
this.
still
Yeah.
a lot
Yeah.
of information in the packet to determine if they can be replaced, like Fillmore said on the last one.
And it's not clear to me which window, like I know it's on all the windows, but
Yeah, I'd like to know which windows actually.
And, you know, I mean, it is a 1968 building, so I think it's a little bit of a different conundrum than an 1880s building, even though this building is technically historic under our guidelines. But I do have a little bit.
Glass should never be.
I was gonna
Grills
say for
between the
discussion
glass
purposes.
Should never be approved by the school board.
What shouldn't?
Grilled between the glass.
Oh, no,
should
I
never
would agree. I would never,
be
I would say if there was any leeway here other than replacement in kind, which would be, that's the question, of course, which would be the single pane wood window. Would be an FDL IG. You know, that was a pretty close
It's a really
simulation
good,
to,
yeah.
and with all these windows, they, you know, as much as I'm sure we'd all like, to think they look like historic windows. They really don't. The stiles and rails are always too wide.
Yeah.
The buttons are always too wide, and so they don't read like historic windows, but they can. If there were any leeway here, it would be for either a really good SDL or an FDL.
because of its age, because of the architectural nature of it's not nondescript.
Right.
Yeah,
It's not like we're changing the overall character.
this is a good candidate.
But there's not enough information.
I agree.
And it needs to have the right details in there for what is being requested.
So is this a deferral?
Since this is an appeal, I don't know how that
Oh, wait.
works.
Yeah.
We don't have the same submittal requirements since it's an appeal, so we have to accept it since it's an appeal of our decision. But if you need more information, you are allowed to ask for that.
Would
Okay, so
defer
then
the
we could do a
consideration.
referral and say we
Yeah.
need a window study, we need elevations or pictures or something that truly shows
Which windows, where, and
and the
what condition.
specific product that's going to be
Right.
used.
So, and that product should not be a GBL window.
Yeah.
It should be an FDL or an SDL minimal.
Okay.
And then we can discuss it again.
Okay, I think I know what your motion was.
Okay, so I make a motion to defer.
Oh, I think I have it.
Okay,
All right, did you make a motion for deferral for the applicant to provide a window study or elevations or a clear depiction of the windows being replaced, and a clear product description?
yes.
Do I have a second to Laura's motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Daryl. I'll put the motion to a vote. Bill,
You in favor?
Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
Daryl.
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Good, you repeat all the thing.
A deferral,
Or when you're saying.
for the applicant to submit a window study or elevations or a clear depiction of the windows being replaced, and clear product descriptions. Okay,
What is clear depiction? What do you?
I mean, it can actually be as simple as like you take, I mean, it could be.
I don't wanna do this 3 times.
No, it's a depiction, something, you could take a picture of it, so it's really clear and like literally draw for us which windows. And then we also need, I mean, I'm doing like the sort of layman's, like what I might do if I was not going to hire an architect or someone.
Yeah.
But the simplest one, and we also need to like see what the windows look like, so we can determine if we think they should be replaced.
Yeah.
the current window.
We need to see what the
Got
current windows are, and then we need to know exactly what you're proposing to put back in.
Got it.
Because there's confusion
Yeah.
between your presentation and the booklet and all that.
Because the submission for this said FDL for this one.
Yeah. I missed it.
So,
Okay.
but that's okay. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 15 is 218 Rutledge Avenue, Unit A and B. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Okay. 218 Rutledge is in Cannonboro, Elliottboro, Council District 6. It's not surveyed. It's 1890 in Old City District, requesting after the fact an appeal of staff decision for windows on both buildings. This is the property's location on Rutledge. I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Chris Bonner, applicant. Project 218 Rutledge consists of two buildings, both from middle of the century. In the process of their renovation, they have been, especially this the first one, building A has been completely transformed. So it's different, very different from what existing is there. And the request, through the construction process, fiberglass windows were installed. Looking at the approved drawings, did show some type of fiberglass material windows that the city approved, not quite matching exactly what was installed, but they weren't, wood clad windows as usually required. The same product has been used in new construction in the same neighborhood. As obviously it was a very substantial renovation. We're not really removing it from historic buildings. This is building B as well. As you can see, thoroughly transformed in terms of what it used to look like and what it is now. As you can see, size are completely different. So we're not necessarily, this project wasn't replacing windows, it was completely transforming the building, almost new. And then on the south side, which is maybe the facade that is somewhat public to a parking lot, some of the windows were installed kind of flush up to stucco, and so the approved design was an inset kind of buck design in terms of installation, and they were installed relatively flat. The request is to come back to add some trim around these flange windows to better match kind of what that buck would have looked like if it had been installed, as of course the buck would have itself been trimmed around the windows. And that's well to make sure that as the flanged windows age and move, they don't, crack the stucco.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yes. What is the age of the building? Because this says 1890 and these certainly don't look like 1890 buildings.
That is essentially what, is in the tax records. And we all know that sometimes there might have been a small chunk deep in there that was 1890s, but clearly what was the previous look of the building, the majority of it was from like the 70s or 60s.
Laura, that tall one used to be a Charleston single, and then it was literally covered, like you wouldn't have known that.
Okay.
The way
Because I wasn't here when it came through originally.
It came through multiple times, and it was impossible to believe that that used to be a Charleston.
Yeah, it was severely off.
I don't even know if I would even consider it a historic building.
That was that's why I asked the question. So, okay, that helps.
Has anything changed with the windows on B?
And which one is B, the 2-story or the 1-story?
The 1-story.
B is the short one, A is the tall one.
Okay, yeah, sounds good, thanks.
Any other questions?
So, Frankie, the reason why we're seeing this is because it's because of the material of the window, because it's not like
Yes.
clad or.
Because of the material of the windows.
Okay.
So it's the window itself that
Ask the question. Material of the window and the placement within the wall.
The two items, and these are Colby
And
Forge.
design of it, and of course, the trim details are on.
Any other questions?
the approved building.
And it's a fiberglass window or?
It is fiberglass.
Okay, okay.
All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Utilities, our Charleston Foundation, HCF does not support after the fact approval and respectfully request that the board uphold staff decision. Thank you.
My name is Michelle Smith, and I'm a resident of the city of Charleston. I'm here to represent Tyler A. Smith Architects, who was the original designer on this application. And forgive me for being a little tired. Tyler would be here himself, but he was in a bike accident early this morning. We spent 12 hours in the ER, and he asked me to speak on his behalf tonight. So I may take a little bit more than a minute, but I know this is the last application, and I'll try to be as concise as possible, but wanted to give the board enough context to make a decision. Originally, this project went before the BAR 3 times. In December of 2023, in March of 2024 for preliminary, in March 28th, 2024 for preliminary, and received preliminary approval. You are correct that Mr. Bonner was correct in saying that there is very little, if any, historic fabric or material left in either of these buildings. Unit A does date back to the 1890s. We understand that at one time in the 40s, the piazza was stripped off and then Unit B was built. Furthermore, in the 80s, the rest of the buildings and their facades were renovated in that modern way, as you saw earlier in photos of this application. At that time, the windows were decreased in nature and dimension. They were wood windows, but they were about half the size of the original fenestration of the historic homes. My next slide. These buildings are unrated in the old and historic district surveys. That means they're not even contributing to the historic context as the lowest rated category 4 would be. So they are unrated. In the details provided for preliminary BAR and for building permit, which was also reviewed by BAR staff for their final review, a large scale cross section of an Anderson A series fiberglass wood window was shown as the basis of design. The elevations also call out the windows. The actual windows installed were Colby Forgent fiberglass and wood windows, a comparable basis of design product similar to the Anderson A series. Examples of Colby Forgent windows have been installed downtown, including at 511 Rutledge, which is under full BAR oversight, and which is Tyler's barbershop. He was literally sitting in the chair at the barbershop and saw these windows and said, hey, these are the exact same windows that were installed at 218 Rutledge. Also, a newly constructed home, 17 Trumbo Street, designed by a current BAR member, also used Colby Forgent throughout the residence and won a prize Carolopoulos Award for new construction in 2021. These are generally awarded to recognize the high quality and design in the historic context. There is a sentence in the guidelines published in March of 2024, about the same time that this application was moving through the preliminary BAR process, that reads, synthetic materials such as vinyl, fiberglass, etc., are generally not allowed on historic buildings. At no time during the BAR submittal process for this application was it ever stated by city BAR staff nor any member of the BAR board that fiberglass would have been prohibited on the application and the project. Furthermore, fiberglass windows have been used broadly and installed recently at historic residences with fiberglass windows visible from the public right-of-way. 113 South Battery, which was a whole house replacement in historic residence. 86 Murray Boulevard, a whole house replacement in a historic residence, still under construction. 100 Murray, a complete renovation in 2021, built in 1967, so considered historic, it's more than 50 years old. 102 Murray, whole house replacement in a historic residence, still under construction. 103 Trad Street, windows in an addition clearly visible from the street. And I do have photos of these that I printed. I won't distribute them, but I have them. And they're made. The fact that you can you already gather these were two of the probably worst bastardized, for lack of a better word, buildings of their historic nature in Charleston. And when this application went through, it was pretty much a rebuild. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else speaking? No. All right, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please. I guess your observations.
Yeah, only have observations. So for both buildings, there are multiple deviations from approved plans that are inconsistent with what is typically approved in the old city district. As noted in the original after the fact request at the June 26th meeting of this year, for the one-story building, there were deviations in the as-built conditions from the approved plan to include window type and window installation, which is inconsistent with what is typically approved in the old city district. As noted in the October 20th BAR inspection this year for we have to also have it listed as 28 and a half, I apologize. The two-story building leading to this appeal of staff, there were deviations in the as-built conditions, which include window type and window installation, which was inconsistent with what we typically approve. Also, the fluted siding has poor workmanship and craft in installation.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Bonner, do you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the staff comments?
I think it jumps out at me maybe is the number 3 about the window insulation inconsistent with what is typically approved for the tall building. I honestly don't know what they were necessarily referring to, because the windows were installed as the drawings, but besides that, no.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and vote. Y'all may remember we've seen building D and we upheld the staff decision, which is why I'm looking at building A. And well, my first thought was, we need to make the same decision. But I'd like to hear from fellow board members. Are we approving fiberglass windows in places?
So may I make a clarification, because the project is pictured in there as my project. At 17 Trumbo, which was 2017, 2018, somewhere around there. It was new construction, and we worked with the BAR staff at the time to make sure that those windows were set very carefully, like eliminating the nail fin, set in such a way so they were in the right plane within the law to meet all the guidelines. That they are a fiberglass composite, and they were approved at that time specific, and that was the first time they were approved downtown. So those windows have been approved for new construction in the past.
So you created.
I created the
slippery.
Look, I wasn't on the board then. I just brought the samples, showed them how I was going to install them.
No.
On new because it was new construction, and the argument at that point was I was using a composite siding, I was using a composite trim. This was new construction. This was a house built of our time.
I think they're
So, but they're different because that wasn't a renovation. So
I think there are two things to consider with this building or these buildings. Number one, they have been so heavily altered I don't even know that you could even say they're historic buildings. Okay,
I think when they were coming back through,
Yeah.
like they could not restore them.
that they couldn't, you know, and then the other thing is, in a way, we're working with an outdated window policy statement. You know, when I left the city, what, 9 years ago? You know, you didn't have the windows that are available today. You know, there were no fiberglass windows or even some of the vinyl windows that looked worth the crap. Well, these things have evolved over time. And so some of these materials weren't acceptable back then, but the technology has come to the point where they're pretty good looking windows. And so the material, I mean, I went back out there and looked at these again. The material is, to me, the material is not a problem for me, not at all. And the fact that technically the building is an historic building, that doesn't bother me either, because it's some of the, so I'm fine with them. What I'm not fine with is the installation of the windows and the masonry portions. Putting trim around that, it's not gonna fix it. Those windows really need to be taken out and set back into the plane of the wall. I'm fine with reusing the windows, but they do need to be set into the wall.
Fiberglass windows are being used throughout Charleston on a large scale now.
Yeah.
So it may be in the guidelines, you can't, but it's all over the place, and it is a good product. Marvin has two high-end lines, the Ultimate and the Elite, and the Ultimate is the fiberglass when the other one is clad. But I think it's a very good window, but I don't know, going forward.
I think maybe the window policy needs to be relooked at.
I mean, they're,
And I know we've talked about that, and I'm sorry, I haven't responded to you.
yes, I mean, they're good fiberglass windows. I mean, they're some decent vinyl windows,
Yeah,
not a clad, I mean, some of them.
clad, yeah.
Clad windows out there that we probably need to think about obtaining policy. But those are clarified, those are windows for new construction.
Right.
Or for consideration for replacement sort of in kind of much more modern, you know, buildings from the 70s or 80s or, you know, things in that nature. So I don't think that the board is approving, you know, IGSDL windows for replacement windows in historic structures.
Right.
So,
right.
So then you know, back to what Bill was saying.
So we're not setting a precedent.
No,
but
we are in historic
These
structures,
buildings aren't historic.
and I'm supporting with Bill on the material issue, and that is that, and if they're good fiberglass windows, and we're going to look at these structures not as historic now, then or even appropriate recreations, likewise or not, then fiberglass windows in and of themselves might be acceptable. Now, I tend to agree with you about the installation and masonry, that installation is not according, I don't think, is not according to the plans, correct?
That is my understanding.
Only in the masonry
In
portion.
the masonry portion. That they are not in accordance with the approved plans, the installation, not the window itself, but the installation.
How about in building A, the two-story building?
Yeah.
We're looking
That's
at
where-
both buildings.
We're
Right.
looking at both buildings, and I think what I'm struggling with is a precedent. If we were looking at buildings freshly, but we're looking at building B, the one story again, which we just denied, and nothing has changed. So I'm just one, but I'm just struggling.
Is B the one that has the masonry portions?
Yes.
Okay. Should have gone by there to
Yeah.
better understand. Sorry.
And I'm a little confused after the presentations, if the actual windows are the wrong windows. From
They're the windows per the plans, the installation is wrong. And by the way, are we only looking at the windows?
Were they incorrect?
Well, the
Windows
note about the
installed.
siding was also from the inspection.
So we're looking at the siding too.
And so what I'm a little confused about is the windows that were installed in the two-story, let's go back to two-story building. For those windows, the windows that were specified in the plans when the plans were approved by staff,
I don't believe that brand was specified.
that, what's it, the brand, or was it the type of window or the configuration? Because you know,
If it was approved.
if it should have been, even if the brand change, it should have been approved, but if they changed to a comparable window to what was the plan, I would have tendency to give it a little more leeway if it was the same window by a different manufacturer, is what
Yeah.
is where I'm going with that.
And that's what Michelle has said.
It still should not have,
It
that
shouldn't.
plan, that change should have been on the plans that were approved. But I can,
But the drawings that they've submitted that says approved window detail shows a fiberglass type of window with wood at the interior. It's not it's not an aluminum clad. It's not a solid wood. It clearly should, it doesn't call out a specific window on the one I'm looking at. But it's definitely a fiberglass type of window. So then a comparable window has been installed, is what I'm understanding. It's the installation method. The detail of the way that that window was installed does not at all match the approved drawing.
right, that's what I'm.
On the
where I'm
masonry
trying to get back to.
Which is the one I'm looking at.
Which is the single story.
Yeah, Frankie, if you go to the window detail page,
Rachel, I'll have to flip for you.
sorry, Rachel.
Here, this guy?
Yeah, that one. So the upper left drawing shows, and Fillmore, you can look at it maybe behind you too.
I can.
That it's the fiberglass window and it needs to be installed like that original detail.
Agreed.
I mean, I
Pull the window out and reinstall.
Now, what
that's the
about,
masonry portion of B.
what about A?
I'm fine with the windows remaining in A. I just think A, both A and B, they are not historic buildings anymore. Yeah, and they're good, they're nice looking windows.
Yeah.
I think we need to use a little common sense.
I agree. I'll make a motion.
Yeah, the only thing is I don't, normally I'm the one saying we're setting a precedent, but I don't think.
These buildings have been bastardized.
These, I don't think these are historic buildings anymore, and if you want to hang your hat on the, on sort of the philosophical, they have virtually no historic material authenticity. They have no architectural, cultural. So you take the two principal elements of designating how, why you preserve things, then those buildings sort of don't have them. So I don't think we're setting a precedent here if we say the windows in A are okay.
What is the request in terms of how do we make a motion?
I think that you overturn staff's denial. I guess partially overturning staff's denial because. Wait, do you all want the masonry? And the windows, I can't talk anymore.
Yeah, to be
Windows and
installed.
the masonry to be reinstalled for the
Okay,
plan.
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to overturn staff's previous, partially overturn staff's decision so that we can allow the Colby windows
In both buildings.
in both buildings. But the windows and masonry need to be removed and installed per the approved drawings. Frankie, is that right? In terms of the,
The format of the motion.
yeah,
I
is that right?
And the only thing I wasn't clear on was for the installation, are you saying that it needs to be reinstalled in both buildings or just?
Just the masonry portion of building B.
Building B, but otherwise the windows are fully on both? Okay, then I think the motion was articulated.
Okay, I'm gonna read it back.
Yeah, did it get everybody's side?
All right. Laura's motion. Laura's motion. Is to partially overturn staff's decision, to allow the Colby windows in both buildings. The windows in the masonry portion of building B to be reinstalled per the approved drawings. Do I have a second to Laura's motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Daryl. I'll put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Laura,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Move to adjourn.
Yeah.
Tyler,
Do that.
yes.
Laura moved to
Okay.
adjourn. Daryl